That's so awesome.
And you're here. Wonderful.
Hello.
Get everything set up on your end, and you'll be here as well.
Booting systems.
Hello, Barrel Satellite.
This is the fastest start we've had so far.
Yes.
We're almost professional at this point.
It's
Awesome.
so awesome.
We are ascending. I need to rework my.
I'll just let you do that. Luckily, along with learning the system, I know how to do screen transitions now, so I can just sort of like slide you in from off screen when you get that set up.
That's awesome. Okay, start a virtual camera. We are on air. Now, as some of the viewers might know, I had the rot bad yesterday.
I don't think you actually told anyone that.
That's true. I had the rot bad yesterday.
You had the rot. I'm so happy you got better.
Cellular is quite far from Meow.
What? Am I?
Oh,
no.
I didn't even notice you were already here.
Hi.
Whoops.
Hi guys.
So much for making you get in off screen.
Hi guys.
I guess it was already configured. Anyway, a lot happened last time. Did you happen to catch the stream at all or anything?
I had the rot bad. Subpar.
No, but did you watch it after?
No.
Well, you might notice a couple differences already.
Okay, so a lot happened.
You're yellow!
Yeah! I got weaved again. Hopefully this
That's
time
awesome.
we'll be able to meet the Weaver while you actually being here.
Something was considered.
Also, we befriended the giant ripple spawn. Which there is.
Huh?
We befriended the giant ripple spawn.
I see.
I'll tell you more about that
We
in a
found
sec.
a bunch of ripple spawn in Outer Rim. One turned into a spider and then led us to the Yungus.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was also a spider ripple spawn that was making the string.
Huh.
Silk, even.
Stop!
Eternal silk song. Anyway. I achieved a technically powerful ability from the giant ripple spawn. I will show it to you right now. If I press the wrong button. No. Yeah. You'll see.
This. What, with the green?
Actually, wait, that didn't.
You
didn't
don't
work.
have enough ripple spawn to use it, I think.
Oh, yeah. Wait, can I use it here, though?
We're back in the building again.
Check. No, wrong button.
This building is massive.
Let's see. What? Oh. Wait, okay, wait. Let me... So I guess I can only use it in, like, that one room. Anyway, I don't want to... Do I want to be here? Now I'm thinking.
We gotta wake up the prince still.
Yeah. Wait, I know what I wanted to do. Yeah. Cellular. Did you see what I just got there for a second?
I did. Sort of.
I
Check,
just...
check the chat. See what I just sent.
Okay. I need to lock in. I'm kind of just fumbling around right now. Here we go. My plan is to get to Shattered Terrace. And to do that, I need to get to Damon. And to do that, I need to go somewhere. I don't... Why did I put myself here, of all places? I mean, I guess there is more to explore. Also, yes, that is a flea from Silksong above me. That is Automous. Say hello.
Video James.
Yeah. So where haven't I explored anyway? I guess I could go there. Well, no, why would I want to go there? There's probably something past it, at least. Why are there so many mushrooms here? Oh, right, yeah, this is just... Well, a place is a place. Let's see if there's anything you can go to from here. How much bounces off the watcher's head? Say, I mean... I think the Watcher's brain might have been expanded at this point. Possibly. Yeah, that's also hard to say. Might work in my favor. I don't know if there is anything of value that I could go from.
I have alerted the...
Let's go up there. Ah, well.
You have to lock in.
It's warming up, see? This is me when I'm warming back up to rain. Let's go. It looks like cellular is considering somewhere. I might still be able to make this work, probably. No. But let's see if I can get to the other side. That is not... Well, hold on. It's almost untouched. I suppose I'll go back there then. Yeah. Very well done. There's like basically no loading time for that. It must be well hidden in the colors and patterns.
Ether Ridge is already millions of miles long, it didn't need any more.
Are there really any new rooms for these regions? I wouldn't know.
I don't know.
There's a certain unique style of terrain going on here that I would be fascinated if they were able to successfully replicate. Then again, they probably would still have the guy who made Aether Ridge on hand. Must believe I'm simply still in this corner. be a mix of things, really. Maybe there's something on the other side of that room, but I don't think I have a way to feasibly get to it. A red? What happened here?
Don't even worry about it.
Wow, that's a hidden tunnel. The tube. Wait, they even hit the 3 dots. How did they do? Oh wait, no, they probably just have it muted or something. Well, actually, no. It looks like the dots themselves are covered up. Computer. What could it be calculating? The logistics of a facility such as this, I'm sure. Damon is up there. Awesome. Except I can't use it right now. What is that shelter? Oh, maybe I can get to it from here-ish. Peach lizards, that's what we're going with. I mean, that's not a bad name.
They're immune to stuns because they eat the coral bugs.
True. That makes a lot of sense, actually. You have the lizard horn adaptation going on to this lizard population. That didn't work. You are here, cellular.
Only slightly.
I see.
The horrible alarms are still playing. I don't know when they'll come,
You
but they
aren't
will.
moving, by the way.
I know. that was a purposeful choice. I've changed the eye to not move.
Ah.
I think it sets the mood more. Oh, there's a cool little background, huh?
What? What?
In like the sleeping area.
Oh, yeah. The spiral.
That's what the big ripple spawn gave us.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We now have a ripple tab that tells us how many ripple spawn we've freed anywhere. The purpose of which powers the ability. I've always been a little surprised that touching those little flames doesn't do anything to you.
The slugcat knows not to touch fire. Fire bad.
I guess you could say it that way. And off we go. It is interesting that there's only 4 ripple spawn levels. Or ripple karma levels. There we go. Wow.
Oh yes, cellular Damon is alive.
Hello, Damon.
It's
I'm glad that you're with us.
It has eyes.
This might be a perfect time for the eyes.
And limbs.
True. I'm not sure what it does with those limbs, though.
It reaches out and touches. The fringes.
It also has a little crown thing. Of some kind.
Me when I watch The Watcher.
Who really is the Watcher in this situation? Oh yeah, it's also, yeah, it's in the middle of the spherical region map.
Oh.
Cool.
Well, I guess that's a good way to get everywhere. Instead of being outside of it at all times, you are inside of it and can reach anywhere.
It's the true in-between. In between all of the things, all of the states of being and location. And time and things. What?
I hope the new tracks get added to the OST and aren't left to be uploaded on YouTube at random.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
I mean, similar outcomes, by the way. Also, look, the Weaver leaves threads.
Let's
Follow.
go find the Weaver.
Except there's an inconvenient spirit animal in the way.
This whole thing. This stupid idiot worm.
Unlock.
Yarn.
Get the unlock. Yes.
It's actually, it's funny how many things go between
This
the
is so
different...
awesome.
It's funny how many things go between the different states of being. Like, ripple spawn are affected by wind, for instance.
It's windy. You know.
Yeah.
Hi Dropwick.
What does make that sound? Isn't that the portal sound? There's not a portal in this room.
The nature of it.
Also, this is the third time we're going to be meeting the Weaver, which is interesting because that's the end of its lines on the trailer.
I will say, have you completed the prince's story?
No.
I have heard rumors and whispers that you should probably do that before.
We haven't wakened them up yet.
I'll do it how it is, and we'll see how it goes.
This guy really likes weaving.
The webs
So
have
this-
physics.
Almost like there's some kind of Weaver. Yeah, water currents as well.
This is the wrong way, there's no webs.
What?
Yeah, it's back up there.
Hold on. No, hold on, there's a
Oh,
web
there's
right
one.
here. It could be this way. I mean, I don't think there's any other ways from this room. Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, I lied.
No, it seems like the
It seems like the Weaver just took a different way through the room, which, to be fair, it is a really large room. In fact, I think the map is really linear from here, so we'll just sort of keep going, I guess.
maybe check.
not very many webs. No, it's still going this way.
It's like we're in some sort of web.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Web from web.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I feel like that. You fell for it. You fell for its one trap. Over 2,000 hours in Rain World.
I can't believe this. I don't even know why I'm collecting these fruits. I don't need them.
It's time to get out of here.
Interesting how there's a single middle one for a moment. Lizard with the red lizard spikes. That's interesting. Hello? Portal?
Elon does not want you to leave. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get the portal to activate. Why is there a ghost instead? Let me through. Elephant. I wonder if the Watcher's eyes look like Damon's eyes up close right now.
Maybe. Damon does not want you to leave. Damon wants you to stay with it forever. Maybe go to a different one and come back.
Yeah.
Stupid idiot amoeba.
Okay, let me try coming into the room without ripple mode on.
It might have bugged out.
Well, I can't have that. I need to get on the move, Damon. Don't you know that a little creature has things to do?
Damon doesn't want you to leave.
No. I cannot be having that.
You're the one friend it's ever made.
I'll go to the ending room again.
But it is quite interesting that Damon is alive.
Yeah, like obviously so. It's not just like thinking with brains. It has eyes and arms now. That's a... Hold on. This is an oddly cinematic looking cave opening.
True. Eye, mouth.
Looking like a mouth with a single stone in the middle.
I feel like the lantern in the dusk.
Oh yeah, this is the
like
ending
this-
room. The one that Spinning Top sound plays is lit. And we have one in the middle that says the lantern in the dusk, and this one. that voice on it.
Well, I think we know who that is.
Nothing has changed in here though, of course. Hey, I can easily leave. I can just go this way to get there pretty more quickly. That's funny. I love non-spatial geometry.
When I loop wherever.
It actually made me think about something. That one scene, that one scene in the second floor video that went like, you could think of it as a both sides of an extreme edge on a room wrapping spectrum, and it shows like the two sides with the rod on one end and the intelligent peoples on the other. It wasn't exactly what I was saying at the time, but doing that, making that analogy while also thinking about Damon, had me realize that the entire world is doing the rune wrap thing. Assuming how the void and counter void work.
Try going through a different portal.
There is no other portal here.
Oh. Eternal damnation?
I could, like, try dying.
To what? I don't think you can die here.
No, well, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, if I do that enough times. No, there is no action. There isn't actually a portal to Outer Rim for me.
I think
But
it's
Outer
too
Rim
low
takes you
gravity.
This can work, I think. I think I'm taking damage.
Be using blunt force trauma. There is now, says chat.
What?
Are you sure?
Well, I don't want to go to Outer Rim, by the way. Anyway, I want to go to...
Well,
Well, I want to see the
come
Weaver
back
first
through.
off, but I want to go to... Back through? Okay, fine. I'll see.
Your microphone is rapidly disintegrating.
No.
Yes.
No. It is probably better.
No.
It's probably better now.
Hi, 12 steps.
12 steps.
Yeah, you need to fix your microphone.
By 12 steps.
What's wrong with it?
You're phasing in and out.
Right. Okay.
Check the stream. That's what we're trying to do, that 12 steps, but it seems Damon doesn't want us to leave.
How about now?
Perfect.
Alright. Right, let's see. There's an actual portal to there from here then.
Oh yeah, Damon just does that now sometimes. Oh. I loved the Eternal Torment.
Okay.
I love not being able to leave.
I guess. Okay, let's see.
Let's go visit the prince, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay, fine, Damon. I guess you wanted me to go here. What?
12 steps. You've beaten the game. I have heard whispers of where are we?
Oh, we're in Outer Rim, but the portal.
Quantum state.
The portal here is so powerful that it looks like we're still in Damon, but the geometry is of Outer Rim. Look, the map is completely not what I'm looking at. See?
What?
Thanks, Damon. Your illusions will not trap me. There we go. Yes, look at this.
Crazy. But yes, 12 steps you've beaten the game.
Deranged.
I've heard whispers of being unable to complete the Prince's campaign if you watch yourself first, if you get weaved. Is this true? The world went red.
What? What are you talking about?
Wait, I was initially asking 12 steps, but it's Yoshi.
Usually if you play more than one round of competitive arena, the background turns into the palette lacking red version.
What? What do you mean?
When the rage consumes.
This is not something that's happened before. Is this...
At least in the new arenas.
Why?
Okay, so 12 steps says they personally couldn't find a way to spread the more rot. They had to revert to an older save. So, if you get weaved, you can't spread the rot, and thus can't achieve the prince's dream.
Huh. Fine then. I suppose it'll be...
The Weaver is now a hazard.
The Weaver is now a hazard.
If you accidentally find the Weaver, you soft lock yourself forever.
Not soft lock, you just can't do the princess thing, I think.
Well, then
Princess
you
who's
can't really
soft
get
lock?
anything.
Where? Yeah.
I imagine the prince is one of
It
the
depends
three.
on who you ask.
Yeah. But yeah, there's now voids. There's now ripple spawn swimming everywhere here because we did with the giant ripple spawn once, which I have no idea what that is or who that is or if that's like an intelligent being or something. But it seems to be like of high status among spawn somehow.
The Outer Rim's layout has apparently changed somewhat.
Like, has there been an update since the update?
I think they're referring to the fact that you have altered reality in some way.
Maybe I wouldn't notice. Maybe if I went to where the ripple spawn were.
The Rippler.
I wonder if the new props and effects are available yet.
That would be cool.
You're the big ripple spawn that makes all the rules.
True. This is literally the same joke I made to myself, says 12 steps.
Be not right
Yeah.
back.
I mean, I don't know what else their deal is. They're like... I still can't call them intelligent beings because first off, there's the like multiple theories I have saying they're disembodied qualia, but even outside of, well, I mean, you don't have to necessarily disavow that, but everything suggests that ripple spawn, at least regular ripple spawn, are just, animal things. It's more or less disembodied qualia in memory that behaves as if it is an organism in some kind of amoeba kind of sense. But then the giant ripple spawn shows up and starts like commanding them, sort of. Literally the giant rat that makes all the rules kind of vibe. I don't know what else kind of status to give it. It's like something between that and like a classical fairy tale kind of being.
The creature.
you mean the ability to make portals of your own destination? Big jump you can do. I mean, I can do this. Is that what you're talking about? The you know, you can levitate quite high with that. I guess that would be useful. Oh yeah, that would be useful because you can stack them. Alright. Yeah, I guess what's going on here is for the first moments of changing states, you have less gravity. So if you jump during those first moments, before the moments where it takes control of your position as opposed to having less gravity, then you can jump higher. Not at all in the other levels? I mean, you do still get a similar effect when you float and start floating for the other ones. I would posit that it does still work, but just less so, incrementally based on the level you're at. Of course, I haven't tested it yet. Maybe I will. Either way, it seems like the sort of thing. It seems like the sort of thing that isn't intentionally worked in as a game mechanic, but is rather simply a consequence of the physics at play. A consequence of small rules coalescing together into something more complex. Yeah. Sounds about right. Here I am entering the kingdom once more. Or, well, I already was.
Yay!
Now I'm in the throne.
You're in the room. You're in the castle.
I'm in the castle, yeah. Well, actually, no. You could argue that, like, the whole region is the kingdom, and then this star collector. That's what they're called, right? Am I not?
Starcatcher is the.
This Starcatcher is the castle, and then this area is the throne. You can even argue the kingdom extends to multiple regions based on, I think, how the grids actually talked about it later.
Spread my kingdom.
My kingdom grows. the devilish tube. The devilish tube of non-regular geometry.
I love climbing. I love going up.
That was... That was an incorrect use of that ability.
Yay! That was so... I'm watching that on the stream right now. That was like... Yippee! Let's go to the rot. Let's break all of our bones. Hey, maybe Demon's fixed now, though. Though, I guess you probably should try and go back
yeah. Yeah, let's see. Of course, we're not going to go to the Weaver this time.
Yeah.
But there is something I want to do, and I think it's something that you do not know about yet.
I know many things, but we'll see. Hi, Damon.
Also, of course, you already know many things. It's been like 3 days, and you've already just taken 2. I mean, that's fine, really.
I've avoided the large majority of spoilers. I've just been gathering data on what to do due to it being buggy. Like not visiting the Weaver before completing the Prince's campaign. I don't know how the story ends. Not yet, at least.
That's a fair one.
I guess it's still broken.
Damon, I want to go here. Answer my plea. Please.
Damon knows that you cannot go here. You have to go to the Prince.
The eternal curse. Fine.
Damon and the Prince are working together.
There are other ways to Shattered Terrace. I just don't remember where they are. I think one of them is in Vetted Glen.
What? What did you hit down there?
A rock.
Whatever I think the ending is, I assure you it's way better than that. See, that's where you're wrong. I have no expectations for this ending. I am going to be surprised by it no matter what.
I also have no I mean, despite me being the one to think of so many possibilities, I don't have much of a basis for what this could culminate into. There's still, like, I'm yet to make a video to actually talk about the Prince, but the theory I have for what the ending of the Prince is, without whatever this version of the Prince adds, is something that I don't think nearly anyone would think of. Well, I mean, maybe that's a bit much, but actually, everyone in chat, what do you think happens in the Prince's cutscene? I want to refresh on what most people think it is.
I think it's the Prince getting it. Getting destroyed for his crimes. He takes a nap. I mean, I wouldn't put it past reality to just completely obliterate the rot creature for trying to spread itself across real space.
Take a nap, yes, see, okay, I acknowledge that there is a possibility, especially since we have the Weaver, and the Weaver is the gold color and might control gold-related void things, which include the Karma Flowers, so maybe the Weaver kills the Prince. But there's also the chance that everything the Prince wanted to happen happened perfectly.
Maybe.
And I could go into more detail on that. Maybe I should, because, like, again, I've come to realize that even if I do talk about the ideas that I'd put into actual theory videos, a lot less people are here than would be watching those. So maybe I will talk about it anyway.
I'll say your theory on like the flowers loving to grow in like really unstable areas.
I mean, not,
I
well,
feel like
not necessarily
well, okay.
unstable, but more like connected instances of reality, so to speak.
Given that the prince connects like basically everywhere, I feel like he got to a point where he connected so much that all of his kingdom instantaneously became the flower bed.
And
The perfect
yes,
flower bed.
I mean, I would agree with that, but that's the thing, like, that's not necessarily something the prince didn't want to happen.
Yeah.
Hello, Inquisition. Hello, Obsidian Aurora. What? What do you want with me? Hello? Here, have this. Oh.
There's a. Wasn't the prince trying to circumvent the cycle by turning everything to rot?
Okay. I am now going to talk about my theory.
You're right.
Circumvent the cycle. So, I don't think the prince can so much as like entirely break the cycle. Like the prince can't defy the laws of physics and rewrite physics. But what the prince can do is invent a new rule that kind of goes on top of the previous things. And so I will say there is likely a part of the prince that is just the basic rod that instills the will to grow and consume and all that, as rod tends to do on its own. But the prince's more advanced memories that it inherits, from the very moment it wakes up, it comes with a plan. It comes up with a plan. The exact kind of thing an iterator would do, even though it's not like, again, I don't think it's like a singular iterator, it's more like the coalescence of memories of all iterators to have ever lived, or something like that. Or maybe...
I mean, iterators don't really die, though. Unless if affirmative. At least in this part of
It
the
is rare
story,
they die, but it's not
only
impossible.
one has confirmed to be dead. And nobody knows
Yes.
how they did.
It is rare they die, but it's not impossible. There could be more. And also, who knows if the prince's inherited memories are chronologically in time. So,
That's true.
yeah, there is that aspect. But anyway, from the moment it wakes up, it comes with a plan. And it says that its plan is not... How does it go? Like, subject to suffer the folly of its forebears who are thinking in a specific way. And it says that because, oh, I'm thinking in a new perspective, because I'm a new kind of being, and I'm made of this stuff instead of machines and things. And like, how wonderful for you, Prince. What is your plan? Oh, well, okay, well, here, so...
What is the plan?
The prince's physical body, the rod, again, it's using its plan to justify its physical body's nature of growing and consuming, which is something that it does want to do, but it's using that for a purpose. It's purposing itself. It's like, say the memory crypts in shaded, well, the memory crypts in the memory crypts, next to shaded, no. They are flesh that is engineered to contain the memories of those who have departed. The memories of which are not moving. They are not animated, they're not alive, they're not actively responding to stimuli, they're just contained and experiencing without chronological time, just memories of qualia is stored. Kind of like how the void spawn and ripple spawn are theoretically not disembodied qualia, except the difference here is that void spawn and ripple spawn are all moving. They're all going somewhere. They're all doing things of various sorts. But little to the peoples who built their graveyards know, their graveyards sort of defy the cycle in the sense that qualia is not moving. And the prince's plan may be very similar. The prince's plan is not to consume the world with a rot. It is to repurpose, well, it might also make more rot, but it is to repurpose the rot of the fringe into being like a biosynthetic super world that is housed within the rot, which contains all of the memories of everything. Like, effectively, I mean...
The rot is the vehicle, not the goal.
Yeah. It's the hardware, whereas the software is like... So, it is similar to what happens when a creature ascends. They are not physically trapped, but they're also not in the cycle anymore. They're not going anywhere, they're not moving, but they also don't feel like they're trapped because...
Maybe sleep, just in case.
Okay. They don't feel like they're trapped because unlike an echo is trapped in time... Well, an echo is trapped in not being able to interact with the world, and maybe trapped in space if they're the kind of echo which doesn't really move anyway, because that's the state of mind that they have, which is the state of mind that makes something become an echo in the first place, more or less, lingering on memories and locations and things.
And
But
we're
someone,
back.
But someone in the void is
Hello, Thomas.
Not experiencing time in the first place, so it never feels like they're trapped, even though they're not really.
Why are you slug cat?
Oh, you know. But to continue with that.
That's scary. I agree 12 steps.
So yeah, the prince's nature as a physical being made of rot is to consume and grow. But the mind of this particular rot has been awakened in such a way that permits it with a plan and ability and goal to use its body for something specific. And that something is to rework its mind. Like, it has a mind, oh, that's great, but the mind is temporary. The mind the prince has is a means to an end, because it's going to repurpose its entire mind into the storage medium for all things. And I'm not sure, again, I don't think the prince can just, like, rewrite the laws of physics. I don't think the prince can direct the entire cycle into this thing that's going on. But some creatures already go to the fringe. Some creatures are already more attached than others, and maybe some instances of them... What? Oh, that was... right.
I think they got cellular.
They got cellular. That was the sound of them getting cellular. Don't worry, cellular will be back from being caught in time. But, say over time what's in this memory builds up, or over time, like for every instance of something cycling, there is also an instance of it being in the fringe, in this state of being that no longer moves. It's like, in the same way
what
that
if instead of holding water it held ice?
What?
You ever think about that?
That he just does that? Well, I don't even know how to answer that question, because technically everything does something because they're doing it. But like the prince talks about his plan. But also he does talk about his plan in a way that assumes that we already know his plan. It's like I think he's transcended. I guess 12 steps as a go.
I've evaded them for now.
Welcome back.
Obsidian Aurora says, hello. How was your day been?
Since you read the question, why don't you answer that, Sailor?
I'm evading them. I think it could be better.
Yeah. Yeah, the prince stolen note. If only the prince had more consideration for little beings such as I in this kingdom. The thing is, I think the prince... So, the prince has transcended states of being. It has the inherited memories of presumably a lot of iterators, or the concept of iterators or something.
They're back!
No! However, the prince's state of being has changed to the point where it's like not considering things from other perspectives. It's like, oh, I'm considering things from new perspectives because I'm not made of machines anymore. I'm free. Oh, the freedom, oh, the joy, freedom. Except in becoming this, it no longer thinks from the perspective of things as me. It explains its plan. It's funny because out of all other beings we've met, Five Pebbles and Looks at the Moon, they'll happily explain, but they'll explain from the perspective that you're like some weird little animal. You probably can't understand fully what they're saying. The prince, however, barely explains because it thinks that you already know everything it's saying. It's like assuming that your brain is part of it or something.
I mean, it was born like maybe 3 days ago. So
it's like everything it's saying is like assuming you already know what it's talking about. And so I also assume, like, even if the prince did have absolute control over the shape of its body and thus could make it more walkable in terms of terrain, it probably won't, because it assumes that we're perfectly capable of traversing it. I mean, we are, but like...
The chatter.
They're chattering with their voice. They're also doing other things that would be like novel for an iterator, because, I mean, yeah, on one hand they were born yesterday, but on the other hand they have the knowledge of like absolute multiple things, presumably. So they're like, wow, I can do anything. I can think of everything. I can think of everything in my mind. That's so awesome. And also they're doing a new thing that iterators don't tend to do, which is talk without the puppet. Except the thing about that is the voice echoing through the building is moving to us. Such discomfort and hunger, endless hunger, then presence. You'd probably, I mean, if you had the stuff on hand, you probably could. And it would probably be like, oh, that's so interesting.
It'd probably rot both of the things.
This deep fryer is wonderful. Allow me to consume it so that I can understand it more. The prince is the type of entity that would read a book by eating it. A light, a scent, a tunnel to freedom. How beautiful. Freedom!
And then Gaster's in the next room.
What? A scent. Familiar. So familiar.
They add a new screen to the throne with an extra entrance.
Yeah?
It's like the Dota rune door appears on like a wall somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And you can't even use it because you can't open doors. Weird.
Suddenly the rot's color palette changes to pink and yellow.
Oh my god. Go there, right?
The speaker.
Boy, 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 you don't Oi. Oi. Oi, oi.
I mean, you could have just held on to that flower.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Well, too late now.
I think, where am I? Box?
Red rot would go really hard. Imagine if it grew inside Seven Suns. The rot of blood. What is it with important
Is it like
creatures in
food
this
coloring?
game not having any arms? Do you think do you have a theory about that?
What?
Arms are bad.
What? Hold on, what are you talking about?
Most steps brings up the point that no creature that is important to this world has arms.
That's incorrect.
Puppets have arms, I think.
Iterator puppets are important to the world. Are you saying like cosmic beings? Firstly, I don't know about you, but I feel like rot
Void
does tend to
worms,
have a lot of arms.
Iterators, and Damon have arms.
I mean, they don't have traditional arms, but they certainly reach with them.
Both steps immediately gets shut down after making a joke.
The curse.
Obliterated by 3
I mean, who needs arms when you can have
theorizers.
tentacles? You know?
Void worms have arms. Yeah, that's true. They have one really long arm.
A theory was
important.
asked for.
They have one really long arm with a stinger on the end of it for some
Quote,
reason.
12 steps, not important.
I think this one is just entirely closed. You can't go through. No going through there.
That's so... I can't believe this. I can't believe Damon would do this to me.
If you try hard enough, 12 steps.
Yeah.
Try reloading the game honestly.
I mean, maybe. Well, I'll wake up the prince first. It's honestly a good thing to go do.
And complete his grand quest of rotting the world. 12 steps, you don't have a nose. Now I'm remembering it. You don't have one. What are you
12
talking
steps.
about?
Are you an elephant? Because if you were, I'd call that an arm.
True. You don't even have a neck.
New glitch discovered known as Damon Damon wants you to go in a specific place.
Damon thinks this is the good option. I mean, it is the good option. It's preventing you from soft-locking your storyline.
I suppose.
Thank you, Damon. You're so kind
Quote,
and nice.
12 steps, I am being slandered. You bet you are.
Yeah.
Hey, I think... Did you notice that? I think the ripple spawn swim away from the portal. At least the big ones do.
They don't want to be sucked in. The Damon portal being broken is a super common glitch. It's annoying as hell. It's not a glitch. It's Damon helping you.
This is
Helping you along
such a
your journey.
crazy room. I can't see that Damon really wants me to go back to Damon.
I mean, when I break reality because I have to.
They should, you know what? They should make a region. I mean, we've had regions that are pitch black. That's happened in that's one of the first things that was done. Let's make a region where the geometry doesn't line up at all to any of the visuals.
I don't think that's the portal strength, I think that's it just not unloading the room.
XD.
Did you
Damon's so
guys hear what I
kind
said?
and helpful. Yes, we did. Well, at least I did.
Anonymous, what are
And
your
so
thoughts on
did the
this?
viewers.
Also that exists meow, it's called the depths.
The Depths was a tutorial for this region, in theory. But it only does.
Damon is usually used to refer to a digital virus.
Damon has three
Arrow
meanings.
satellite. I mean,
Damon-
usually it's the virus, but there are others.
Damon has three meanings. Meaning one, that a lot of people stick on, for especially Rainbow Damon for some reason, is a background process running in the background to keep things stable and active, which could fit Damon. Meaning 2 is a supernatural being, more or less.
No, that's demon. That's different.
No. Damon means that too.
Hold on, I'm looking this up.
Very well.
Damon. Meaning. Archaic spelling of a demon. Okay.
Damon is such a cool region name.
I think it says a bit more than that, but yeah. But yeah, and then
an ancient Greek belief, a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans.
yeah. So it's like not exactly God. It's not exactly a god, but not exactly not a god in that sort of sense. But it also doesn't like define like if it's good or bad or what, which also is fitting. Especially as a background process. I mean, that's kind of just the system. But also, I think the third meaning of Damon, which was I didn't actually know about until someone said it in the comments of the second lore video, was that Damon is like I don't even know what they said. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna take a moment to find that comment.
And that's your cue, viewers. Feel free to ask any questions, and maybe take a drink of water while we wait.
It won't take that long. I think. What do they say here? Its name is apt, a sort of force of fate and possible teacher, an embodiment of the concept of knowledge. I don't, yeah, again, I don't know if I've heard that definition anywhere, but it is an interesting one, and might also fit.
Interesting.
What does void fluid smell like? I feel like it would. I feel like it would smell like nothing, but like more nothing than anything else, because it takes away.
Your nose would ascend.
Your nostrils, you can no longer smell.
It would remove the ability to smell.
What happened if I would drink?
We've already discussed drinking a glass of void fluid.
Yeah, you would like half ascend, as in half of your body disintegrates and the other half writhes in pain as half of your body is gone.
I mean, I don't know. Is getting disintegrated by void fluid painful?
Well, no, but it will be for the rest of your body that didn't ascend.
I suppose, yeah. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe it's just removing the idea that you had a lower body in the first place.
That doesn't. How's that supposed to work?
I don't know. The horrible, evil.
I feel like maybe that would apply, but it would last not that long when you realize that none of your biological systems work anymore.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Once your stuff starts shutting down, it probably gets pretty painful. But for the first few bits, your body just never had a bottom half ever.
Wow, so wonderful.
Your lower half never existed in the cycle.
It is funny. It is amusing how void fluid is depicted and described as being like acidic almost, but it's described as acidic because, I mean, like the thing acids do is they disassemble your molecules at a molecular level, as that makes sense. But void fluid removes your molecules from reality at the molecular level. Is the difference.
Removes your molecules from reality at a molecular level.
Yeah.
At what other level would it be at now? The cellular one?
Would it? I don't know.
Cellular-like.
Ah!
They're gone, guys.
Something just happened.
Something just happened. cellular. I summoned
We're
thee.
back.
Good to have you. Your taste buds will forever be changed. Yeah, I'm sure they would.
They'd be gone.
I mean, yeah, this is why they made the void baths, so that you could, like, poetically, cinematically sort of sink into it, as opposed to any of these other options, which are not good for you.
I'll be right back. They're coming to get me. They're coming to get me.
They're coming to get you.
You know that challenge revolving around a bucket of ice where you would just pour really cold water on yourself?
Yeah?
That with void fluid.
I think the rot was, like, sticking to me. There. Oh, wait a second. I'm realizing now that the spiraling bar of ripple spawn is not region specific. It's just collect this amount of ripple spawn and you'll be able to use your travel ability again. Huh. I wonder how they make the void baths stable. Because, like, the thing about eating material at the molecular level out of reality, I mean, this is why they say it's so difficult to contain. But, like, how do mass refraction cells even work? I mean, I have always assumed they, like, suspend... Well, actually, no, they do say it. They say they suspend the void in a vacuum or something like that. But they don't do that for the void baths. How are the void baths working? Is it like 10% void or something? Is it 1 or 2% whole void? Non-whole void? Yeah, I have to assume that's what they do. You know, the concept of refraction cells is kind of really funny when you think about it. Basically, like, my goodness, we found this material that we're able to make a perpetual motion machine out of. And it gives more quantifiable motion than we put into it, which is basically what a fusion reactor is. And it just works. And so they put it in everything, and now suddenly they have machines that can just last basically kind of forever, and flying machines and super duper superstructures everywhere.
We're back.
Society, if mass refraction cell, image of that one hypertech society image. I mean, we're trying. Well, I mean, we don't have any special cosmic substances, but we're trying to just make, you know, fusion reactors, and it doesn't seem like it's completely out of way to get done.
Yeah.
Even though it's quantifiably extremely difficult to do, I want to say, and this kind of just leans for like a lot of how I think about forces, universe, and things. I would posit that there's multiple ways to do fusion, you know, just like theoretically self-endless power that, you know, we just can't conceive of. The thing is, though, making a perpetual motion machine is all fine and dandy, except what you realize that the reason people were ever interested in making perpetual motion machines in the first place wasn't because it's like, you know, well, you want to defy energy and see how it works, but because of if you make a perpetual motion machine that outputs more motion than you give it, that's what you can actually use it for something. Because like, if you make a perpetual motion machine that's able to make itself move perpetually, but the moment you like hook it up to something for power, it just breaks, then that's not useful for anything. Greetings, some friend. You have come. Please be comfortable. Much time has passed since your last visit. My kingdom grows. Oh, the things I've seen and tasted. Blossom. How nice of a name. Ah, yes, the paths. How wondrous. How spacious it was, our meeting. Smiling Prince. I mean, he does kind of have like the sunflower shape for it that people tend to do when making anthropomorphic flower characters. he would look a bit goofy with that, though. Can you read? Oh, you have brought sundrays. You can leave them here if you wish. It's a contribution. My process will dissolve them to their base components, and those components will be added to the mass. Nothing to waste. Every bit counts. Thank you. You can read. Alright. Good day, the prince. I'm out of here. Your kingdom could use some better elevators. The rot shows up in real space. The rot shows up in real space sometimes, but the thing is, so the reason that happens isn't because, I mean, it could be because the rot is special, but the way the ripple space works is that you no longer can see entities, just in a gameplay sense. And entities are, you know, any creature, anything that has a creature behavior that moves around and such. The prince's puppet counts as that, but the rot like this has always been, you know, affixed to the walls. It doesn't have a behavior. Like, I'm pretty sure mobile DLLs do disappear, but the ones on the walls still don't. Unless raw. I mean, well, I think that's how it works, but even then still, I'll have to test it again, but even then still, the prince's puppet doesn't show up, which implies a similar sort of thing. Or maybe the prince's puppet is just too unique for it to work on.
Actually, are there any daddy long legs in the Watcher?
Yes.
Like at all?
There's the ones in the fringe. Just the fringe also. The curse.
Subpar.
I mean, I guess, so it could mean something. It could mean that, I mean, the rod is already purple. It's not the same exact purple that Ripple Space and Ripple Spawn do, but it's a similar purple. I posit that, like, Ripple Spawn are the natural version. I mean, rod is a natural phenomenon too, but it's, like, not as natural as, like, a consequentially natural phenomenon that is sort of building up over time. Like a more problematic one, like how the Earth's oceans were once turned red by an influx of iron in the bacteria before ecosystems stabilized. This is a bit of an oddly specific thing to bring up, but yeah. Thus, the rod is of a similar color palette, but not the same. But that it is still the same, is still a similar color palette because it's related to Ripple Space more than it is void. It's not quite ascending, but it can exit the counter void. And with this relation to the counter void, it persists in a way, among all the other things that make it persist, into the fringe with its lingering memories and all that thing. So in a sense, it might show up still in Ripple Space because it is Ripple Spawn, sort of. It's like what happens when you try to manifest Ripple Spawn physically, in a way. Because Ripple Spawn are disembodied qualia, and rot is like an amalgamation of just reworked brain tissue designed to contain disembodied qualia. So, yeah. Actually, you know what? Maybe that answers why the Prince's puppet doesn't show up in Ripple Space. Maybe the Prince's puppet doesn't show up in Ripple Space because it isn't a brain. It's a puppet. It's just a little thing he's puppeting around, but it doesn't actually contain any brain power. Maybe that's what's going on here. In the same way that, like, the subtle glow of an animal will show up in Ripple Space rather than the animal itself. That's the neuron activity within the creature. Without the creature itself. I think I actually like that conclusion. Rotworm isn't really a void-related thing, though. It's not a void worm. There is no logical reason why a void worm would be in the fringe version of Five Pebbles'
We love the listener.
Form.
The listener is so awesome.
Yeah, the listener, which is what we've named Rotworm in this channel. I mean, I also have my video describing what that thing is. More like the singularity. Singularity? In what sense? I can see that. So, there's multiple things to it. It will be easier for me to explain it if the people observing have watched the first theory video. If you have you? Soy. Soy. Ranzi. Sur.
The prince is woke. Wait. Oh, okay.
Alright, find a shelter, find a shelter, find a shelter. There's a shelter.
The rot has spread to this world by your hand.
No!
No! No!
What?
Have you tried playing the not slug cats playable rot? It's pretty fun going around and eating everything. I've seen that mod before. It's pretty fun looking. You play as a rot cyst.
Well, no one answered my previous question, but continuing.
What was it?
Oh, it was just I wanted to see if I could get into my theories about what the listener, the rotworm, actually is, and to explain that it would be easier to determine if the people here have seen the first theory video. Though I could just sort of recap it myself.
Considering most people are here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you know, it could be
channel.
like it could. No one's going to stop someone who's just interested in watching a Rainbow playthrough.
Yeah. And also, it's like one of your most viewed videos. I think.
That's true.
So, odds are, they have watched it. And if they haven't, they can go watch it. Like, The Watcher.
Well, anyway, I'll just recap that little part then. It's like my theory for that part was basically the listener, the rotworm is it is 5 pebbles in a sense, as in like for how a lizard will have a rot counterpart in the fringe. There's only one creature in Unfortunate Evolution, and it's that giant worm thing. And that would fit because there is only one creature in the 5 pebbles region, and it's 5 pebbles. So, the fringe version of all that, where physics has stopped working, it's like the gravity is off, even though the gravity disruptors remain offline, and none of the machines are active. But and like also all of the rot on the walls is also inactive. It's like say the bones are left behind. The organs have woken up and are swimming around now. Not that it's like 5 pebbles in the intelligence sense, but in the body sense, in the sense that the body was consumed by the rot, or at least it was in this instance of things. Assuming we're still tangentially in the survivor's state of reality, state of time, I should say, then in not the fringe, 5 pebbles is probably about as we see unfortunate development as it usually is. But the fringe is a more empowered reflection of things, where the karmically animatedness of the rot is shown in full, without material constraints?
It could, and this is like a very like whimsical, I suppose, way of going about it. Be 5 pebbles in the sense that 5 pebbles, like most iterators, want to be free. And in the rotworm state, 5 pebbles is free to swim wherever he wants. However, he is still imprisoned within his shell.
I don't think. I mean, well, I feel like if that is a poetic sense, I feel like that's a big loss for 5 pebbles. Even still,
5 pebbles is
not
free.
like he would even know, because his normal self would have no idea that the fringe version of himself exists, and the fringe version doesn't have a coherent mind, as rot tends to.
No longer thinking of the triple affirmative.
But anyway, why is it a worm? Why is it a void worm looking thing? I mean, it's not a void worm. It doesn't have void worm characteristics outside of everything the void worms share with the leviathans. And that got me thinking. What if? So the listener is made of rot, seemingly entirely. There is no evidence that it's like a rot lizard where part of the body is a lizard, part of the body is rot. It seems like the whole thing is just nothing but that, which there has been. I've mentioned this before. There's always been the theory that leviathans are like made of moss or something, or like barnacles or something that's grown around the mechanism that it uses to pilot as like a worm that can bite and things. What's on the face of the creature, the leviathan, the listener, and the void worms are always different, but the body is the same. And so, what got me thinking there was essentially, what if, and also now that I think about it, the Void Weaver too, what if a worm shape is just something that the cosmic forces like in a powerful creature? That a creature
turned into a worm.
A creature powerful enough in some manner of cosmic sense, or just communal biological strength, will just coalesce into a worm with that approximate type of shape and those kinds of fins. Now that does leave a question for what the void worms are, if they have a form beyond worm. But there is a lot of other mysteries to them. Maybe they're just like masses of, well, I don't know. I mean, the textures of void worms are like fractals or something. What the heck am I looking at? What is this map?
Portal rooms.
I think my map is gone. That's not supposed to be that way. Oh. But yeah, that's basically my theory. I'm not letting this happen a third time. Get off of me.
Hello, Flog.
I think. Where's shelter?
Oh, that coral bug shell just got obliterated. We're getting somewhere. We're going.
Yes. But I do need the food.
I would recommend waiting until your charges battery.
What?
So you can invisible.
What? What are you talking about?
Your invisibility. Waiting for it to come back and just constantly staying in it, especially when transferring rooms.
I mean, I did do that. Oh, you know.
Hopefully you don't get coral bugged.
Also, supposedly, let's not run into the Void Weaver, because it might be here.
Uh-oh. Check on the map, like the void map, can you? Or you have to be sleeping with that?
It's probably... I'm not exploring that far.
You're invisible, you could just jump over it.
I mean, they still have a chance to just sort of grab you, I feel like, in the air. What is
That's why you should carry a rock.
Oh, we've heard this music, but it's still new.
Apart. Maybe grab that shellless coral bug for food. Uh-oh.
This is not a good situation.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Grab a rock. Grab anything. Or dive. Don't swim.
That actually worked. Okay.
Rot really said, "Would you love me if I were a worm?"
Yeah.
You would?
Who would? I need food still. This is...
Yeah, you should. Oh, hey, I've never seen one of those things swim before.
They don't do it often. They're kind of stupid.
Yeah. Does the ink bomb actually work?
Sometimes. It's like, I imagine it's like a less good version of what the Watcher can do innately. Just need one food thing. I need to not die at all costs.
Grab like something to defend yourself with, please.
Yes.
Like, even like 2 rocks would work. I think there's a coral crab. There's a coral crab on the roof right in front of you.
Oh yeah, I can't eat that. I forgot.
That is the most aggressive.
Alright, we're in business.
We're these next now.
I think I'm being pursued by ghosts, but I'm going to just keep running as well.
The ghosts can't catch you if you keep moving.
That lizard is stupid. Okay. Oh, what?
Dream.
Is this new? I think it is.
This is good music.
So green. Okay, this isn't new, but it is still a very interesting one. The look of the void, except it's just another strange land, who knows where and when.
Loaches are apparently bug.
They've got cellular again. Don't loaches appear in like 4 rooms in one location?
We're back.
That's so awesome. No! The eater.
Oh my god, that one's moving fast.
It's very hungry.
The unnecessary violence.
Get out of my way, I'm being chased by ghosts!
Okay, so you have this button called invisibility.
It's only good to use it when not being chased, though, of course. Okay, well, yeah.
Why am I not moving? What? Stop. Go. Go, my body. This little shell of mine.
You're still not moving.
What? Why? Oh, I see why. Apparently, I crashed.
Oh. Oh, dear.
Uh-oh.
Let me just drag you off the screen, I guess.
I mean, it's a rather simple fix, just rebooting myself. What do you think the ripple amoeba are trying to feed off of you? I think they're just trying to eat your qualia to get big. We're back in business. Get me back. Yow. I wonder if the boomerang guys can communicate with orange lizards, because they seem to have very similar abilities.
I'm almost tempted to say that the orange lizards evolved from these. Well, maybe not, actually. The orange lizards have something more complex by comparison. So maybe these guys are more like vestigial. They traded their antennae for more rigid structures.
Probably for swim, because they seem to only appear in wet areas or water.
Possibly.
Uh-oh. This stupid idiot lizard. Don't drown. Don't drown. Don't drown. Oh. Peach lizards kind of hate yellow lizards. Oh, okay.
You know, that makes sense. In a
Maybe
sort of
they
like
interfere with each other.
maybe they have like an uncanny valley for each other.
Like signal interference, maybe? The wash cycle, my favorite time of day.
I love the washing machine.
Machine where we wash cat for a slug. That turtle. Oh.
I guess it still felt me, that would startle it quite a bit. This fish is mine.
Yumberfish. What was the point of going up there? You can also burrow in sand? What?
Cool.
Not that they are spawn in sandy regions. Interesting. I guess their head allows them to do that. Has anyone ever actually used the smell feature from Rainbow? I forgot that was a thing.
The what now?
There's like a... I think I've only seen it like once in a video somewhere. There's like this thing you can do. There's a button that allows you to sniff things. Hold on, let me look it up. It might have been a mod. I don't know.
That sounds unheard of. I've never heard of that.
I've heard of it. Well, I've heard of it.
Oh, the blue circles on the map, you mean? I mean, it's important for like early game players.
Oh, I was thinking of something different.
These.
Music.
Yeah.
The eater is coming for you.
Hear me? There's so much spatial disturbance in this room.
I remember seeing like a mod at one point where it was like trails. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the reason that threw us off is because I don't think I've ever heard anyone call the blue circles a smell feature. Then again, that's probably the sense these lookat's using for that. Maybe. Maybe this lookat just has a hunch.
Isk. My name is Cellular.
What? Isn't Tisk just like something people say?
No, it's... No, they said ISK. How does it know that? I don't know. It was a long time ago when I saw that video. Why? Oh, the thing exploded.
Yeah.
I see. We are rippled.
Yeah.
Beyond space and time.
Yeah.
Screamer.
Spiral. It might actually be region specific. It's either region specific or how many ripple spawn you've collected in general. But after you collect them all, after you fill up the spiral, you get a possibly seemingly one-time use ability to warp to any region.
Interesting.
As long as they aren't the important regions that you would actually want to warp to, like Outer Rim, Damon, and Ancient Urban.
This is a subpar situation.
No.
Time to leave.
Time to leave reality.
Uh-oh.
The curse.
Lizards giving you trouble, just leave, just walk out, it's that simple.
Yeah.
The lizards watching as their newly found food for the cycle dematerializes before their eyes. What is that pearl?
It's pearl.
Do you still have that other one in your stomach?
Yes.
Maybe you need to recharge it every time you use it. Hit the ripple power, you're done.
Recharge what?
The spiral portal.
Oh. No!
What are we trying to do?
I'm trying to get... Actually, I don't know where I'm trying to get. I want to get... I want to get to Ancient Urban. And to do that, I need to get to Shattered Terrace. And to do that, I need to get through Damon. But I can't do that.
Hit the Damon vow at your ripple.
Is there any other way to get there? I think there is. Yeah.
I think you should just restart the game to see if that fixes the Damon Shattered Terrace portal.
I should do that, but I should have already done that.
What? What does that mean?
Okay, we're doing it, I guess. Closing Ring World. The Void. The Void.
Eyes open, everybody. We're going into very uncharted territory. That's not very
The territory is actually very charted. Well, theoretically. I need to eat. I need to have a meal. Call me Gourmand because I'm munching.
You also need to open the stream again so we and others can give real time.
What do you mean?
You stream in the Discord.
I'm doing that. Oh, never mind. I'm not doing that.
No. I think that's the goal. 12 steps. That's why we're avoiding the Weaver at all costs. Alright. I'm going to do that. Meow.
What?
Are you going to open the stream? Oh, there you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Found it. Hee. Yes, it is. We're almost there anyways, probably. So no spoilers. Not yet.
Almost where?
The Princess' new ending, apparently.
Well, yeah, we haven't done that. Hey, it's a new room. I don't recognize this room.
Changes to Prince's ending is scary.
That's true, yeah. What could that be? We will never know until we do, which is in the future when it happens.
Be right.
Left.
Okay.
I think you're just... yeah. avoid parkour.
I don't recognize this room at all. Is this room? I think this is a new room. I think.
I don't remember this room, so probably.
Yeah, this is totally
voice.
not something that was here before. What?
Hey, we're out of the building.
Yeah, this is like we're on like some kind of industrial courtyard type location.
Are you not gonna go through that pipe?
Let's see if there's anything this side. Oh,
There is.
how useful. Honestly, I should do that. Well, is there anything on that side? A path I have yet to be. That didn't work.
Alright. Flowey? Like from
What?
Undertale.
About
Well, Step said Carmi Flowey.
Carmi Flowey.
If only.
My name is Carmi. Carmi the flower. Down here, karma is shared through ghosts. I don't know where I'm going with this. Ooh.
Oh, we're back in the building.
That's fine.
Well, it's time to crack open a warp
Yes.
portal.
It's not really a convenient place to put it, but whatever. What was that? Was that just like a frog that was hyper reverbed? I guess
Big
so.
frog.
Large frog.
Oh, it's this place.
Yeah. I don't know where I can go from here.
Now your microphone is beginning to rot away again. Minoru will be making an appearance soon, potentially.
I don't know. Oh, okay. How about my microphone now?
I think it was good for a moment, and then when you asked, it got worse.
No.
Still rotting.
No! This cannot
Yeah.
be. I beg to differ.
No, look at the street.
One moment. Yoda-do-do-do-do. Yoda-do-do-do-do. How about it?
No, you're. Oh, hi, man. You're still. Whatever. It's
It's
easy.
fine.
Yes, I exist, but I haven't been put on the stream yet, it appears.
Usually, it would just happen automatically.
Let's see here. No,
See here.
you're not here right now.
Oh my god. Meow, please.
What?
Your mic.
Ugh. How about it? How about it now?
It is significantly better.
Okay. That works then, I guess.
I also am still not appearing on.
You have to do it on your end, still.
What?
I think, well, okay, hold on.
I sent you the link.
Oh,
Oh my god, Val.
there we are.
Hello, Naru.
I was busy fixing my microphone. Too.
Happens. No hard feelings.
And there you are.
Yay.
Wonderful.
I exist.
What the Congo line is progressively taking over the video game.
A bit, yeah.
Anyways, yes, here I am. I exist. I am real.
Super.
How do
I
I...
am watching the Watcher. There are little gaps you can go through. They can be hard to see, but they exist.
On we are.
I love green. My favorite green.
It is a very nice color. I do really like this region.
It's a very interesting the threat theme, I will say.
It's an awesome threat theme. It has
Oh yeah, definitely
The
one of
alarm.
my favorites.
the alarm.
It's hard for me to really, you know, choose, but like, this one's just really good. All of the threat themes are really good.
The gizmos and doodads theme.
Yeah, this is... I wonder if I have any indication outside of rest screen on my status with Ghost, my Ghost status. This place is just too green, man. I mean...
Good thing I'm purple.
yeah. It's perfectly contrasted.
Oh, one thing I really like about this room is how
Oh my god!
you can see in the background, you can see like those kinds of rooms on the left and right stretching
The shelter
backwards.
is hilarious.
Shelter is absolute.
Oh yeah,
ads.
this was
The showers.
shelter.
The showers.
Aren't the shelters not supposed to protect you from the rain?
I mean, I assume they protect you from the rain, but they still have the water cycle going through them.
Horrible shelter. Whose idea was this?
The
Verdant waterways.
shelter making
That's
company.
the name.
Ancient equivalent of a pickup truck. Maybe. I mean, we were shown they have vehicles of some kind. Though I am still suspicious that said vehicles are floating or something. They don't seem like the type to me to have wheels.
I mean, wheels are pretty important, and they add them to everything else.
They have gears.
look at
We've
the
seen hundreds of
background
gears,
here.
but we've not seen a single wheel.
Like if you look at the background.
Well, we've seen train wheels, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's a different kind of
Look
wheel.
at the
Like,
background, there's something pretty cool there. Like
What?
in
The tube?
either the screen above or the screen below.
the tube.
Just-
Also, was there a way to the right
but
there?
you see how there are these areas. on
Right,
the
yeah,
left and
it
right
goes
but there's
forward and backward as well. The plus shape.
yes.
Well, I mean, theoretically it
really
goes forward as
cool.
well, but we can't see that.
Yeah.
What is this room anyway? I guess it's some kind of chamber hub. of
It's some kind of
manner.
verdant waterways.
I don't know, guys. It looks like we're in some kind of verdant waterways. As opposed to
the iterator before the wheel. Yeah.
Iterator. Ah,
you're being killed. You're being killed by the grammatization of it. I still find it really funny how that happened. I don't know who can we trace for that to have started happening.
The zombies.
Really? Really?
The
Oh.
zombies calls iterators iterators. Originally, he simply called them that, and then when he learned that was the wrong pronunciation, he continued doing it out of spite.
That's really funny. I mean, I can kind of respect that. It is silly because no one says the word iterate that way, which is what I said before. But also, there's like, I guess there's the aspect of like it makes the term unique in terms of words. It's like,
I guess.
Again, as far as I'm concerned, both words mean the same thing as long as people know what you're talking about.
I think I've heard one other person call it like iterate, like outside the Ringworld fandom. And as
What
I
are
said,
the odds that
one
that's been
single
perpetuated
person.
because of the word iterator?
Maybe.
Non-zero.
What if we've invented a new word here that's it's like an accent that doesn't exist?
Close-up says tomato tomato.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that. It's tomato tomato.
I like potato instead. Even though
I
it
have
doesn't
never-
make as much.
I've never heard
No one
anybody
ever
say.
calls it potato, but it's similar to, like, people don't really call it tomato either.
Tomato.
It sounds like
So
some sort of like.
that's silly.
I love my favorite creature, the tomato.
Also, semantic horror. Yes, iterator is a word. It's actually a term for a form of a thing in computing. It basically takes a value and puts it forward.
Well, I mean,
But-
they're called iterators because that's what they do. Like they say, it's like,
Yeah.
we iterate
I
and
was
try.
referring-
To
I was-
iterate means to try multiple possible solutions to a problem.
Yes.
And by having multiple of them, you have multiple of them trying multiple solutions to a possible problem. So yeah, an iterator is what they are, by definition.
Yes. I was just referring to IRL.
Yoshi, I think this is the Sunny
Like,
Dock, whatever
a
it was
decent
called,
amount
but
of
it's
coding.
confused about it.
A decent amount of coding languages do actually use iterators, which is very silly because if I ever were to, hopefully in the future,
Oh,
be able to
whoops.
make that Rainworld fan game thing, I would I would have, you know, those iterator functions and name them after frickin' Rainworld OCs.
Awesome.
Because, you know.
But yeah, iterations
Also, yes, Oracle.
iterations can also be used for like versions of a program, like version 1, version 2. Those are iterations because they're doing
Yes.
multiple different things to solve a problem, especially for like a bug fix. That makes sense when applied there. Iteration can also be used when you have like a self-evolving program that's like trying to do a specific thing, and so you terminate it when it's doing it poorly, and eventually you get something that works better, even though you don't really know how the coding works at that point because you had to do that itself. But yeah.
And of course, you know, the word reiterate is used whenever you say or do something again that you've already done, so that's a thing.
So you're trying a different way.
Or, you know, just repeating an action. You know, if you have to say something again, you reiterate it.
Okay, wait. I don't want to go that way.
What is it?
What the heck?
I do
What the
think
heck?
It is fine.
The beasts.
Guess the rebel spawn wants you.
Wait, is
They
it just
want
that
you
room?
to go that way. Yeah, it was just that room.
I am trying to go to Shattered Terrace, but I have no idea how to get through from here. I think I need to go to, like, somewhere else. There is a way to Damon. I guess I should try that again, since I restarted. The beast is after me.
Also, you see about that Sunnet port thing? I believe the main reason they changed it is to differentiate it from the other
That went
coast
terribly.
regions, just like how Shrouded Coast is Shrouded Stacks now. So that's something. I personally quite like Sunbaked Alley. I think it's a really nice name.
Iterators are interesting because it's like they're not just doing one thing. You're basically trying to solve the laws of physics is what they're doing, more or less.
Yeah.
Like that's not the question they're supposed to answer, but it's what they need to answer to try to answer the question.
Yeah, it's the question they were asked in a way.
Yeah. It's like, the question they were asked to solve is, how do we achieve global ascension without any of the caveats of the void, etc., etc. And in order to even try to answer that, you need to know everything about the local reality.
I like this shelter. I like the funky shaped shelters. Ooh, getting close.
I mean, that's why they're so big as well. Like, I once... Okay, there it is. I once had a comment on... I think it was the first theory video. Let's use this bomb as a lure. This is a cool song that's playing. Yeah, I once had a comment on, I think, the first theory video that said something like, what's the point of the rest of the iterator if...
Threat?
I think it wasn't a threat, but it got cut off because because Damon is here.
Maybe, but continue on.
This is a cool room with cool signs. That said something like, what is the point of the superstructure if the puppet's able to survive with like 5 neurons? And my answer was, the puppet isn't the point of the iterator. The puppet is just so you can like talk to it. If the ancients, if they wanted a little like robot companion, they could have made that and it could be self-contained in a single creature just fine. But they're not there to make a persona. They're there to make a supercomputer that's able to calculate the laws of physics and all answers to all possible questions.
Yes.
It just so happens that it's easier to interact with such a being if you give it a persona. And it's also possibly easier for it to interact with itself and the world that it perceives if it has a persona, because otherwise it'll do things in some roundabout kind of I don't exist sort of way. Also, this isn't going to work, because the whole point of me wanting to go here was to bring that pearl.
Well, you have a pearl,
I do have a pearl.
and being able to bring one is better than bring 0.
I should have left it in the shelter then.
Yeah.
What if the...
Well,
What's the point of the rest of the body if you can survive with just an eyeball? I mean, kind of. I mean, it's not exactly analogous, because an eyeball is a dependent structure, whereas the iterator puppets are, like, really hard to destroy and pretty structurally efficient. But yeah.
I know that whenever I play,
It's still just
if it
somewhere.
does that, you can usually just go to Outer Rim and go straight back through, and it will work.
Really? Maybe,
Yeah.
but I'm still trying. Well, I have the pearl back, so
Yeah. So you can maybe just leave it there.
maybe. But yeah, it's a question born out of the relatively common misunderstanding of the Iterator body plan, personifying them in a way that makes them like us. But an Iterator doesn't think of itself like us, really. I mean, they might have done a good job at giving them a translatable persona type form when they have arms and legs and a face that's in a single room. But and like you don't really feel the shape of your brain when you're thinking. You don't feel most of your organs when you're using them. And since the puppet is the only part of the Iterator that's really moving all that much, maybe it is centralized a good bit on that. But even then still, an Iterator's going to be more than aware of thinking of its body in a way beyond its puppet.
Yeah. You know, and they're also looking through all their overseers all the time, so...
Yeah, that's true as well.
They definitely have a greater grasp of things.
Being an Iterator is like having a bird's eye view of like an entire, I almost want to say continent, depending on how far the overseers can reach. They probably have the processing power necessary to talk to thousands of people at a time. They probably have the processing power to manage any media form that the people living on them would have used. In the same way that we have algorithms running those things because no person could feasibly do it, but an Iterator could, and on top of that, be a persona with its own sorts of... Like, you can just sort of ask it what you want directly through any sort of... They probably... I mean, it's hard to say how much they... What?
Oh,
yeah.
Yossi says they were going to sleep.
Right. It's
so
probably
just saying goodnight to them.
it's difficult to determine how much the average person would have
And we are back.
really had access to talk to their local Iterator. But there is a good chance that like they would have the one thing that Downpour did a neat thing depicting is the rooms on the cities that are probably a way to professionally interact with the Iterator's puppet without actually needing to go down the maintenance tubes to get there. But the average person might be able to talk to them through like a simple text engine that they can just respond through.
Ah yes. AI girlfriend, but can.
But it knows, but it's like, well, actually, it would be so different because it would have the processing power to remember pretty much everything about everyone.
Yes.
There's I mean, it's basically if you had an app that is like, here's you can talk to God on your phone. And who knows how that would have affected their kind of society.
God, where is the nearest Pearl reader?
Yeah, exactly, basically.
God, tell me where the local supermarket is.
I'm at a loss for where to go right now. I guess I could try that one thing to just... I mean, that's sort of... Why have I wandered all the way over here for that, then? I'll go back to Damon, and then to Outer Rim, and then back to Damon again, and see if that works, like suggested.
Yeah, of course, first you should try and go around the room. Yeah,
Well,
like
now I need to farm a bit, but yeah.
to see if it works, but yeah.
That's a really good comment.
Another good one. Like how Halilify and Livadura are people who actually do appear a couple, like quite often actually. They've been on several
Yeah, we've had a
streams.
few regulars.
Yeah, I think it's nice.
Can iterators smell?
12 steps I veto your question.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what is a reasonable answer to that question. I mean, I was about to ask myself yesterday, can iterators taste? Or like, have the experience of tasting? You know, I mean, okay, so there is a good chance that if an iterator is lacking in any sense, it would be able to simulate that sense instead. Like, if an iterator is really like, oh man, I'm not a creature that can eat that guy's favorite food, I wish I could do that. They could probably just like simulate it, the whole experience perfectly, and it's like, wow, that was awesome. Because it does make sense that they wouldn't be built with those sensations, because why would an entity like that really need those? Maybe an overseer can smell. That could actually be useful, because that's like determines of what chemicals are where and whatnot.
And it might also be able to taste. We do know that there was that one joke conversation where the mentioning of having overseers gnaw through to the bedrock.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so
they don't seem to have mouths, but I can imagine them doing that with their like tendrily things at the least.
Yeah. Overseers are interesting. They're just interesting.
It's a good way to translate an immobile superstructure being into something that has a quasi-mobile form in the world. God, can you do my mouth? But maybe they'd help. Maybe they'd help depending on which one.
I don't think have noses at all.
The puppets definitely don't have noses. I think, like, the puppets are, like, little cartoon character, little visage, like, this is your mascot face that you have that you can move around. And so, like, cartoon body logic in the sense of, like, they don't actually have most things a creature does, because that's irrelevant to the puppet's function. That scavenger is
also,
stupid.
I do believe, Halilify, I do believe it is that overseers move around by burrowing. At least it's...
Yeah, I mean, if you look at them closely while they do their pseudo-teleport, they just move really fast, and they move really fast through solid walls. So...
Yes.
I don't want to go there.
Didn't you want to go through to Damon?
Yeah, that's not Damon, that's Verdant waterways. I guess I have enough...
Getting distracted so much. Oh no, you don't have the enough ripple, but you have enough food to hibernate.
Why is... Hold on.
Hmm?
Is that coming from the game?
Like what?
I'm hearing like a faint version of the Ripple Spawn theme, like constant.
That's weird. That is weird. Why is that happening?
Huh.
Seems to have stopped. Oh no, it is still there. Must have been a
I'm
small
surprised by
issue
the amount
with
of things I'm
causing-
seemingly
like,
breaking.
stopping it. Yeah, but it seems to mostly just be, like, you know, cosmetic or audio, so that's something. It doesn't really seem to affect gameplay that much, other than the
Yeah.
Damon thing, which seems to happen.
I wonder if
basically
ripple
everyone.
space is active while you're not in it. Probably not. None of the ripple spawn really seem to have, like, consistent creature IDs the same way that other creatures do. They seem to sort of just, like, appear and disappear spontaneously.
Yeah. Damon?
What would happen if they were walking around without a mask? I don't think... Well, I mean, they're not homogenous. Maybe some societies would get unhappy about that, but I'm sure some of them would be fine with it.
Yeah, I don't really think the masks are necessary for survival. It's more of a cultural thing.
Like, even in
fact,
the...
I'm fairly certain that's a thing that only really starts in adulthood due to the fact that, you know, Spinning Top, our resident Echo.
I mean, Spinning Top
and the
has a
Watcher
mask.
Well, they have a round face. They don't have.
They don't have the
classic-
ascension mask, but then again, like, there's multiple things to consider. It's possible. There's two possibilities. The two possibilities that could be going in tandem at the same time. As in, like, Spinning Top could have a different mask. One, because they're not as professional and are not wearing an ascension mask, or two, because ascension masks are not universal. Like the ones wearing the bird shape kind of mask might just be a 5 Pebbles Grounds thing.
I guess. But still, it seems like it could very well be that, you know, they don't start to wear their old fancy masks until the start of adulthood. Where maybe they either wear simpler masks.
Oh, this is not where I wanted to go.
It's one possibility.
Possibly. What kind of mask would wear it? That's a good question. I mean,
One that's very less ornamented.
I mean, they probably have. I mean, we saw like a whole shop of them. There's
Yeah.
probably some like cheap ones that are not custom made,
Yeah.
especially when they have like, you know, access to fabricators and all those things. It's like there's a wonderful art style that goes into the aesthetic that the ancients in general have. It's like how was it put? Late stage cyberpunk Buddhism. It's very colorful as well.
Cyberpunk Buddhism. Nice.
What? Oh. You think they have a mask maker like from Hollow Knight? They would have. I mean, they say they would have, like, the old monks and whatnot made masks until...
You can just enter Rebel Space again and go through?
Yeah, there would have been mask makers until the point where they just had mask making factories do it instead.
Yes. You know, mask making factories like, yeah.
Like the supposed
Industrial
side
complex,
house that's
bro?
probably the name of the industrial complex.
Yes.
Late stage cyberpunk was... Yeah, exactly. I should draw more of them. There's a lot of good fan art out there that leans into the kind of aesthetic they have, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Why don't you just go to the right from the
That's a
other
good point.
door?
Well, it's too late now.
Ah, yes. Forgetting about the screen wrapping moment. Anyways, I like Damon, the goober. I love it when regions can be called things that is usually just used for people or creatures. It's very silly. Now you can hopefully.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're in business.
Sometimes it also works on the first time you enter, but if it doesn't, I found that, yeah, doing that outer rim thing just works.
Yeah, they used to have bone masks, but I'm sure bone masks, it would have changed at some point from carving bone to bone plaster, they say, like you just sort of melt the bone down or like make it into a plaster, a liquid plaster, and then form it into something with a mold. And later they'd still do that, but just like, you know, have machine molds on hand. And then even later they probably have like fabricators for it or something like that.
Yes. I love Rain World. Oh,
So, yeah.
that's a silly little audio bug. I've had that happen too.
What? Oh, you mean like the portal sound? Is the portal sound isn't supposed to play on the sealed ones?
Yeah.
Why is it here also? What?
As I mentioned, I've had that happen too. I knew that was gonna happen.
Eternal portal sound.
It's an audio bug.
Is it just like
Yes.
stuck on the right side of every room?
I think it's weird like that. Just some little things that need to be ironed out. Ooh, Spear Spider. You can remember.
Oh, that's a
space
really-
really fast.
That's a really neat
Oh.
threat theme.
Yeah, I really like it. Barrels are like plaster, not plastic. Plaster is like the stuff that you use in casts. Well, you know, it's kind of like almost like concrete.
Yeah, plaster can be made of anything. It just means like I mean, it might be called plaster because of like the reason plastic is called plastic is because of its plasticity, which means its bendability. It's like you can bend it, still keep shape, stuff like that. Which plaster is basically kind of doing that, except you're supposed to form it into something that's more rigid.
Yeah. I just remember that you did that. Hey. And now you're here.
Wish Cellular
Yeah,
was still here. Oh, so
The warp changes location after you complete spinning top's ending. So
Yeah.
it actually makes it easier to get the pearls. Ancient Eden.
that's a weird effect. One eye is orange, the other is yellow because of how the purple aura is working on it.
Silly.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's hard to judge their
It's an
progression
interesting
because it's
parallel.
like on top of every other. Was this pearl here before?
No, I think it's usually in a different part of the room.
That's weird, huh?
Must have dropped down somehow.
Whoops.
Oh. Oh yeah. Have you gotten the pearl and signal spires yet? I think it's kind of interesting. Won't say what it is though.
Okay, well I can immediately deduce what you mean by that, because Signal Spires is a communicative location, kind of like Skylands, which would indicate the presence of transmission logs. Which is important for pearls, because that's something we can get something out of. I will have that on mind. Also, hello Cellular, I guess you're watching now?
Yes. Why are you watching through YouTube instead of being here? Okay.
Still evading them. It's mostly a joke, cause it's like a meta evolution since Downpour and Watcher are after Rain World and Real World, but not Rain World. So it was like a real world evolution, not a game. I mean, it's still an in-world evolution. Like, they have to do the technologies one after another, presumably. I mean, there's also the aspect that scavengers are repurposing and reverse engineering technology that, you know, they're building on top of. So it's hard to gauge their progression, but it does still apply.
Yeah. An example of something similar I have in one of the little story things I have is the idea of like, you know, specifically some slug cats and such who have gotten to something akin to a metal age, but through like vultures.
Hi.
Hello.
Anyway, you're here to see something awesome and cool. What do you think you're here to see?
I've been watching this machine right here. I am assuming, considering you're holding 2 pearls, it reads pearls.
Observe.
What?
It grabs
When
it.
I get you.
That's the like
Usually
the video player loading. Whoa!
Usually,
Oh my god! Hold on. Wait.
Oh.
Oh, isn't it interesting?
What did they do?
What is this?
Son. What did they do?
I mean, yeah, this is the kind of thing that Looks the Moon is looking at when you give her a pearl. All right, I guess it's just an image.
It was something that was using a star.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait a
green
second.
Orb.
Let me. No. Oh my. Okay, fine.
Pearl.
Silly.
Pearl God. Loading.
My God. Hello.
Hi, Moon.
Who was that? That's not Looks the Moon, but that's an Iterator.
Yes.
This looks like an advertisement.
I think this is an advertisement.
What? What?
Come live on
What?
Come live on the structure.
Oh my god! Wait, that's the construction of an Iterator. Oh my god! Is there flesh in there?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
They're biomechanical. So,
Those
yeah.
are some gigantic organs in that case. They really just do put the flesh in their machines.
Me growing my box of thinking.
I guess that's. Did it just put it under the table again?
Yeah, they put it down where you plopped it. It's
Okay.
silly.
Okay. What if I put it over
Like,
here?
You could look at it's.
No. Okay. What if I put it
Oh.
over here? Okay. What about
I think it's
here?
that little bump in the floor.
Yeah.
Yep.
The grabber. So yeah, this must be like an advertisement for an Iterator that we are currently building. Like, hey, have you heard about name of Iterator here. They're at this place, we're being built at this time, scheduled for this sort of thing. Come to this location to see the grand structure being constructed in real time.
Come live on the giant box. What did they
Silly.
need the sun for? What did they do to the sun?
What?
Yeah.
The green one.
Oh
You
yeah,
see
I
the-
mean,
the
we'll look at that
city
again.
area.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold
It's
on.
out of range.
It wasn't done putting down the red pearl,
Okay, here.
so it wasn't able to react. The fact that
Quote,
it
12
actually
steps.
scoops around.
You can see it's above the city too.
True, yeah.
Right.
You see, like, the rescoop.
But the actual thing that holds the pearl actually
So-
scoops around when catching it. I think that's really cool.
I'm pretty sure we got this pearl from the star catchers. So is that what
Yeah,
one of
this
those
is
stars
another
looks
rim.
like up close? What are they doing to it? Are they like probing it with the device?
Me getting
Maybe
it.
they're extracting its energy.
Huh.
Getting you. I'm getting you.
Okay, well those are cool ones. Those are like image-based ones. We found an audio-based one before.
The sniffing stars, as far as we know, there aren't really generations of iterators. I think that's more
There
about
are.
the zombies thing.
Well, no, there are. Well, kind of. It's like I don't know if I would say
Like,
generations.
there are older ones and younger
What
ones,
about those
but
two?
specifically calling them like a different generation numbers is
I mean,
not quite a
they don't have
normal
a.
thing.
They don't have a generation cycle. You don't have an iterator that's like
No.
the mother of a different iterator because that's not how any of them work.
No.
You have, however, ones that are older and ones that are newer, and with that you get
Yes.
newer models with newer kinds of construction, which means
Yeah,
you
but-
do have a version of the change of a generation, as well as their state
Yes,
of mind that
in
they
that
have.
way.
But anyway,
not
yeah, we
really-
found these two previously, which are audio-based ones, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
But particularly stuff like third generation of my sniffing stars mentioned, it's not something that's mentioned in Green World. Isn't that one from Badlands?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know what this sound is supposed to be. It's either someone talking, or...
I mean, it's likely that it's corrupted.
I mean, it might be corrupted,
Yeah, it's probably somewhat corrupted. It's weird.
but like, is that them saying the same thing over and over again? Or... Oh, what if this is like one of those mantras that, like, you know, say the same thing symbolically for the cycle?
Maybe.
Hard to know.
Need a market communication somehow.
Yeah.
True.
And this one is like a conversation, I think. Now loading this.
If I recall, that one is actually from this region.
Possibly.
I remember having found it here.
I do really like that this is just how they talk.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool.
This is some kind of podcast or something.
Also,
One of them
12
sounds like an
yeah,
iterator.
one of them does sound kind of like an iterator.
I mean, that's just because it has a higher voice, but we can't entirely just determine on that alone.
True.
Also, how do you get into this room?
There's probably a door in the foreground or something, but again, we don't know how to use doors. We just use
True.
vents and things.
Yeah, 12
Also,
steps,
ancients-
it do also
ancients
do
are like-
that more robot-like sounding parts.
Inches are what? Repeat that?
So, vents, usually, are pretty big. You can fit a human into, like, one of those types of vents.
Well,
The
yeah.
slug cats are really small.
Well, again, so this region, Ancient Urban, has like a size skew. The size of everything is skewed, and I think the reason for that is because we're skirting the edge of possibility even within the disintangible cycles. Spinning Top has brought us here with the best of its ability through the ripples and waves, and as such, we aren't really traversing Ancient Urban. We're traversing like a memory of Ancient Urban, which is, I mean, not to mention that like all of the ancients here are shadowy. Like they're not really physically there, which is another possibility for why that is the case is because they're ascended, so they can't appear in any form in any strand. But aside from that, we're even smaller than normal sometimes in some rooms because it's like Spinning Top is, you know, little child, and is thus the small size of them is overlaid on top of an already small creature, so we're like half the size that we would be normally. Like this, for instance, this block. See this block under me? This thing?
Yeah.
There are structures like this elsewhere in Rainworld, except they're 3 tiles wide. This one is 5 tiles wide. So, yeah.
Opposing theory, slug cats really are just that small.
I mean, it is less likely, also because of all the infrastructure and all that. Like, look at this table, for instance. This table suggests an ancient size that's about this tall, more or less, if you can see my mouse.
Yeah,
I mean, they can
so
make
around
meal.
8-ish tiles, or around 40.
It could be a
Not this.
table.
See, like, look at the difference going on here. But again, it's also shadowed and muddied, so we can't be for sure. But of course it is, because it's not even...
Yeah, and it does seem like it might be coming from a point light source, so...
And,
I
like-
feel like
part
you
of it.
may be ignoring the idea
But it
that
is definitely
a
larger
kneeling
than life.
That
table
what?
that you kneel at. You know, not all tables have chairs. Some tables
Maybe,
are just
okay, maybe. But also, look at this hallway. Look at this hallway. This side of the room is sort of shaped as if it's for the large ancient, but suddenly the hallway shifts. These look like stairs, and, well, they are stairs, but also the hallway just becomes shorter. The people
could be
outside
a
the window
floor
couldn't fit in a place like this, although this hallway is certainly not just like a vent that we normally traverse. An ancient would probably be about this tall. And thus, this is a door. This is like an actual door that we would be able to open if we were a person that could, like, push a button or something. Or maybe have, like, floating authentication, like Downpour suggested.
Yeah.
Depending on
And this
if those are used here.
Masks are pretty good at... I give a pretty good idea of the size of ancients.
Yeah. So,
Maybe there's
Hello,
just
Ma.
big ancients and small ancients.
I mean, there are, but not of a size difference. That all of the ones outside the window are about that size.
Oh, hello, Tract.
This
I
isn't
like
really
this
where I
region.
wanted to go, but it's fine. Also,
Go here.
the subtle ripple theme is still playing.
Yeah, it's really silly. Oh, it's gone.
No longer.
Oh, never mind.
Longer. Have you ever tried going on the surface?
What?
Have you ever tried just walking on the surface area?
Yeah, it just cuts. You can't walk that far.
Oh, are you sure? I believe there are some rooms where that isn't just simply the case.
Well, we can check.
Have you tried both directions?
Wind. It's windy.
Deary me.
Well, that makes sense, because you already do that below there. Wind.
this room. You can try other rooms.
Maybe.
Windy.
There is now a pearl in the other place.
Also, I like this. I like how this room kind of connects with the other room. Like, this is basically straight below.
I mean, yeah.
Also,
It's pretty cool.
It's been like thousands of years, or something like 100 years, give or take, since they were a child in that world and not an echo across
Yeah.
every timeline. So,
I mean, well, there's also the aspect that echoes don't exactly experience chronological time.
Other room warp.
let's go to hell. Let's break all of our bones.
Whoa! Awesome!
Oh, this is
Me when I don't
hellish.
exist.
Other
Yeah.
room.
I think this
They're
is
coming.
closer.
They're coming to get me.
No.
Yeah, you should probably shelter next time. Because you are starting to get portal fatigue.
Yeah.
Or warp fatigue, I guess.
I'll just make the whole journey. Well, I'll make the whole journey up to the first shelter in this direction.
I too. The traps worked yet again.
I mean, yeah, Spinning Top says, like, I couldn't have done this without you, so... I mean, that's the thing, that's what's keeping them an echo. Being an echo is a state of mind. A lot of the other echoes, we see it worse on them. They're kind of just sitting and doing nothing. But this one is already exploring, so there's like a... There's a way to get them out of that state of mind.
I have a feeling that if I had been an echo in Ringworld, I would probably have been kind of like Spinning Top. Because I know that one of my biggest, like, motivations in life, I guess, or my own urges is I just want to see everything. I want to experience things.
I suppose so.
Spinning Top was a child who didn't see the world. They were just kind of forced into the group at a young age and thus didn't get to see much. So of course
But then,
they would
I mean,
explore.
there is the aspect, though, that, like, all of the locations Spinning Top brings us to are able to be, like... An echo doesn't tangibly interact with the world. Presumably all of the locations Spinning Top goes to are ones that Spinning Top already knows about. Probably through, you know, studying them or whatnot, or seeing them talked about.
Advertisements.
Yeah, exactly. And the power of an echo means that they're able to interact with the strands from the inside out, which means that they're sort of able to experience it more directly. In a first-hand kind of sense.
I imagine, Luna, that they just kind of think that all of those things are there because you know that there's ventilation systems and buildings and there's sewers, but you don't really go down there, so it's just kind of an idea in their head.
That's the thing. I mean, okay, yeah, they do visit Pebbles Complex, and that either means they know about Pebbles Complex, Pebbles Grounds, or they don't, and that's one of the reasons why the Fringe is reacting so badly to it. Or maybe some mix of the two, I don't know. But, like, the thing about, as far as my understanding goes, the thing about the waves and the ripples of when coherent reality dissolves into mind is that the forces at play treat those about as real as center space coherent reality. So every little detail, every little tube and vent isn't probably indicative of Spinning Top's mind. Spinning Top is pairing with it. Spinning Top knows enough that reality is like, this is what you want to see. But that's about it. And I imagine the reason we don't see any actual gates is because the further away you travel from those locations, the more the fringe wants to consume you because you are exiting a tangible memory. Like there's a point where the area beyond isn't rendered, and that's where you fall into the fringe, into a place more like this.
Cycle 99.
Every waking moment since we've been transversed into this state of being, reality wants us to go to the fringe. It's like gravity or magnetism. It's like, this creature should be here, but it isn't here yet. But it may as well be here. All of the forces at play are suggesting that it's going to be here, so it is here. And so like, that's why if you have warp fatigue, you get warp fatigue because the more you're warping, the more reality is determining that your destination is the fringe, because as far as it's concerned, that's where you are. Because you're not tangible.
You're not real. Go to hell.
Yeah. After a point, it's all like this. I don't know why the Ripple Spawn theme is still playing.
I don't know either.
Music in the back of your head. Something interesting. Apparently, a large amount of the cysts you encounter are only colored purple because you're playing the water. If you play another slug cat and you encounter these creatures, they're blue.
I mean, the thing about that is, there is the aspect that you can't do that without, breaking the game, but I have seen it for myself.
Yeah.
If you put the Watcher in, like, regular 5 pebbles, the unfortunate development is also purple. That's just, it's just like...
It doesn't seem to mean... It doesn't actually mean anything, it's just a quirk of how
Cool
they
fact.
made it purple.
I mean,
on
it's
Watcher.
easier to just tweak it instead of making a whole new creature.
Yeah.
Good thing I'm purple. So says the rot.
Yeah, it's too far. It's too far into the fringe, too far outside of anything that makes any sense.
It's a sentient thing.
Still don't understand what's the fringe. Not the easiest thing to try to explain. It's like trying to explain quantum physics, but it's like... Okay. In... The way I describe it in those videos is effectively... The original reason I came to this conclusion was because as much as we're traveling... As much as we, especially later in the game, travel in space and time, the future areas seem to be snowy. Like, as much as downpour has limitations in how much it can apply, the areas that are called the future appear to be snowy, and the areas that become rotted in 5 pebbles don't have any evidence of...
There is fractured gateways.
Fractured gateways?
But
Which region is that again?
Fractured Gateways is a future version of waterways.
Oh yeah, that one is muddy,
But it just
which
could
is
be-
fine. That makes
yeah.
sense. It could just be like in a warmer area.
Yeah.
The thing about that,
Yeah,
like
that
it's
was
not
what I was
necessarily that the whole
thinking,
world
that
is
could
snowy,
be
but
like-
but yeah, when at the beginning of the game,
Like,
when
you know,
well, hold on, we're
like
gonna.
even during an
Greetings, friend. Oh, you have come. Please be comfortable. I am cataloging all things, you know. The imperative that was in them remains in me. But I am not wholly them, and am not plied to the folly of their forebearers. I am something new. Thank you, the prince. So yeah.
Yeah, hello, Verdant being future Civilizational. It's pretty interesting.
It's
But yeah,
At the beginning of the game.
I escaped.
Well, you go first?
As I was saying, even during ice ages, like, there are places that aren't snowy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, here, our world, so why wouldn't it be similar in Rain World? Even if the world is maybe not quite the same, there should still be some similarities. If Rot Shelter.
Yeah. But anyway, at the beginning of the game, when things slowly become rot, well, I guess I'll go then. There is no evidence of age in the terrain. The rot is not only very localized, in strange ways that don't quite make any sense with it being from 5 pebbles in any way, but also, everywhere the rot is, the only evidence of mutation in the land is of there being rot. As if it was always there. Not as if it just suddenly grew there, but as if it was like sort of always there, but at the same time, the land doesn't look any older than it is.
You should bring that.
True, hold on.
But I guess... it's fine.
Let's go with Demon.
No.
Let's break all of our bones.
What do I want to do, actually? I don't know.
You want to spread the king's domain to
I
get
suppose
his
so.
own day.
Princess.
So you should open a warp portal in this area. Somehow.
Oh yeah, that's the way you do it. You just summon wrong portals literally anywhere. Whoops.
Or you just warp out of Outer Rim.
You can also warp out of just regular rotted areas.
Yeah, I know.
Well, flower that isn't.
But yeah, so at the beginning of the game you are not traveling in the future because how could it be the future? How is it possible that under any circumstance that 5 pebbles was directly responsible for purple rot in the locations? Not in the same way we're used to. It certainly didn't just grow out of his facility. Also, yeah, this is the wrong place. So, my solution for that was that we are traveling in a different medium. We're not traveling in just space and just time, not just when and where, but also in rot. But that's a bit too simple to describe it. That's simply what I said first. I came to the conclusion of the fringe, because when you're in the heavily rotted locations, like any of the corrupted Pebble's Grounds regions, as well as Unfortunate Evolution and Outer Rim and other places like those, they say this fringe is already too unstable. Or actually, I think in Outer Rim it says a presence already binds this place. Or,
no, that's only in the areas around the throne.
yeah. Yeah. The fringe... Well, no, it says this fringe is too unstable, not the fringe. Which is... It's like, there's local fringes, and I agree with that, and I'll say in a second why, but let me just check if that's what it says here. If I can get out.
Out! Let me out!
It's the issue with not being able to see.
It's not like we've dealt with things like that before.
Slugcat learns advanced memory.
But anyway. So yeah, I called it the fringe, but the fringe seems to be more than just about rot. Well, I can do it here. In this room, let's see.
Oh,
What?
it only works if you don't have
Oh.
armor flower.
Right. Well, I guess I'm over
I mean,
here
this-
now.
You
I
could
should
always
just go back,
crunch
actually.
a portal, yeah. Just crunch a portal here. Go to hell. Crunch a portal. Right now.
Oh yeah, you can just...
Rot this place. Doom it.
Even the portal's
yeah,
purple.
going
This
to a
is where you
rotted
met
region.
Weaver the first time.
True, yeah. Oh, speaking of rotted region.
Yeah.
So
you
this
can
is an
actually
area of the
tell
fringe.
if it's a rotted region.
This is
Other than
decaying
that you
tunnels. the fringe version of...
Drainage.
Well, drainage system. Hello, lizard.
Uh-oh.
And in the fringe, it looks like this. It's like, this isn't... It doesn't really look like things have gotten any older, so much as they've just been, like, overrun. But of course, there is no, like, following material constraints.
I gotta get out of here. You can't get out.
This fringe is already too unstable. Yes. Which fringe just means, like, the edge of something. Like, uh-oh, you're passing out of the fringe of where we build things. There's no infrastructure over here.
Yeah, I think invisibility might do you well.
Wow, this song is different. What the heck?
Me when I'm in super hell. Where are you?
I'm struggling to climb.
You're getting eaten. You're getting eaten. You gotta go. You probably are like forcing your mass through that thing.
So the fringe is a dimension just like space and time.
Just
Yes,
wrong.
that's basically what I'm getting at. But the relationship between fringe and not fringe is like... And there's a whole bunch of different things I could mention as my evidence, but the conclusion is like... What I've concluded in calling the not fringe center space. Called as such because the fringe is, you know, the edge of space, not the center. It's off to the side or something in some way that isn't exactly in space, as we would call it, but still, you know, same similar concept. But what makes something go to the fringe? Well, I've determined that something goes to the fringe if it's not real, but is of mind. So like disembodied mind, disembodied memories and qualia, ripple spawn can go there, but you know what else can go there? Something... I do recommend watching the two theory videos because they are literally the best structured way you could possibly ever explain this concept.
But, you know, in quick terms, basically the world sees rot as having already ascended. And
in a way.
Similarly to that, it can get sent to the fringe.
It's like, rot is in this weird intersection between something that... The basis of rot is like a cancer. To the point where we can say that rot starts from something that probably is a cancer to begin with. Rot isn't a thing. Rot isn't a species. It's not something that parasitizes you. It's not its own organism until it's large. But the thing is, when rot consumes something, when rot grows out of like a rot lizard, for instance, it's not the rot that's infecting the lizard. It's the cells of the lizard's body that are becoming the rot, and to become the rot, the cells of the lizard's body already had to be the start of something that would do that, which would be something like a cancer. So say, when Five Pebbles made his strain of rot, his tangible, physical, real strain of rot, that isn't the fringe rot, it's like, it's electric blue color because it inherits his own systems and matter, and is large, not because it's not following material constraints, but because Five Pebbles is a gigantic superorganism. In that case, Five Pebbles' way of producing that rot was he wanted to make a genetic altering organism. He wanted, like, well, how'd it go? A purposed organism process that, according to the instructions that he may have been given or made, or some mixture of the two, applied a system that grows itself throughout his structure for the purpose of rewriting his own genome, for the purpose of making him able to self-terminate, like a simple click of a button and the whole structure shuts down. And that would be his solution to ascension, because he is one of the few of his group that is really trying to look into Sliver of Straw's whole deal of suddenly ceasing to function while also finding the triple affirmative. And he's like, what if death itself is the way? If we simply die as beings that we are, then we might be able to free ourselves from the cycle in some form. Now, the more you read into the cycle, the more Five Pebbles' plan is kind of dubious, but that's his solution. And so, he's trying to do that, and he's trying to do that way because under normal conditions, an Iterator cannot die. An Iterator cannot self-terminate, and its systems are very, very difficult to destroy. So he's redirecting his genome, but this is a very time-consuming process, and so he uses up more water than he's supposed to, and then looks at the moon interrupts him because looks at the moon is dying, and then his focus breaks, which in turn means his parallel processes fail, which in turn means the organism he's engineering is now malfunctioning, and a malfunctioning purposed organism is a cancer, and a cancer will become the rot. Because a cancer is in this weird intersection of something that doesn't quite think, but also is part of an organism that should think. And so when it experiences some manner of the cycle, it slowly becomes the rot in the sense of the void not knowing what organism it is. So the void feeds it the counter's like qualia that you would get if you reincarnate, like the qualia, like the memories of the previous life you have. And since rot doesn't have a functional name, it doesn't have a universal name, so to speak. It doesn't have a genome that is its own, but it's something else. But something else could in turn translate to anything else, so it gets the memories of anything else. But a simple organism like a cancer can't get the memories to anything else. So it's rapidly reworked into brain tissue that's able to house the now incoherent memories of random things from across the world, of all sorts of ripple spawn carrying that qualia. Can they make a plant that grows burgers? I'm sure they can. It's possible with technology. Anyway,
I think you're just asking for the Incrediburger. Humans already do that.
Yeah? Wait, hold on, let me pause for a second. I got so rambly there. I hope anything I just said makes sense.
I'm glad I brought you out of it with the Incrediburger.
The fringe. Is Outer-Rim then part of the normal world that collides with the fringe? I mean, like the whole I'm sure they could do that. Outer-Rim is interesting. To me, Outer-Rim is treated like the fringe, but honestly, I don't think it is the fringe. It's not the same sort of just like... In the fringe, there's this sense of it not being real. You can't see past any room, and when you're halfway in the fringe, one room can be corrupted and terrible, while the next room over is just completely fine, as if it's not even really physically expanding in the way we would think. But for that to apply, it's like, when you're in the fringe, you can't see anything. But in so much contrast with it, Outer Rim, you can see so far, far away from where you are. Not to mention, the world has so much... It's liminal. But not in a way that no one's been there, but in the way that people have been there a lot, but they never were supposed to be there. I think Outer Rim is something entirely different, but the fringe is treating it like the fringe, because it's somehow in perfect conditions for something like the prince to show up. And like the reality wants the prince to be in the fringe, but it isn't, so it's like sort of stretching on itself, so to speak, to try to fit the fringe onto something that isn't. Which, not to say that Outer Rim is a completely normal place. I think it's like, it's either on the edge of the world in some sense, or it's on like the outside of the world, assuming that there's an inside of the world, assuming that like you can touch the sky, it's a physical object because of the way the world works. It's like an enclosed universe. How can Spinning Top give Watcher the gift of invisibility? That one's actually, I think, a relatively simple one. Spinning Top giving the Watcher the gift of invisibility. Yeah.
The par.
Spinning Top giving the Watcher the gift of invisibility is barely actually doing anything because Spinning Top was kind of already doing that to the Watcher. If you pause, one little detail I actually like, if you pause the game after, like, if you pause the game even after just beginning the game, you know how in the beginning of the game you get Spinning Top's laugh the moment you exit the cutscene, like a brief echo flash the way a normal echo would be? You actually get Spinning Top's laugh later, but you get the brief echo flash at the beginning of the game. If you pause the game before Spinning Top gives you the invisibility, the frozen screen, the snapshot of the screen, will have the Watcher be warbly and diffused. Which is a really nice detail. The Watcher, the opening of the Watcher plays like a creepypasta in the sense of Pebble's grounds being not quite right and you can't do anything correctly. But yeah, so the Watcher is already being subjected to a vague power of ripple space from the moment that Spinning Top crosses paths with it. And after Spinning Top communicates with the little animal enough, it's like, well, I can give this creature something it might want. With the power of the fringe. Well, I mean, who knows actually how Spinning Top would think about it, but like, invisibility is something a creature might want. Well, if I can make it so that its flesh is configured the right way, it can become invisible. Though Spinning Top is actually like pairing it further to the ripple space, because you know when you become invisible, you're actually going like slightly into ripple space, is what's actually happening.
Yeah.
I think
in a way, as you did mention, that Watcher's invisibility is them kind of going partially into ripple space, but not fully. And it's only when they get their, max ripple that they're able to fully enter ripple space.
Yeah.
Especially
Honestly,
considering as they get, higher ripple levels, rifts into ripple space do start to appear around them when they're invisible.
yeah. Hold on, there's a lot of stuff in the comments I want to read. Think of the world as a ripple. that's something the Void Weaver would say. Consider. Think of the world as a ripple. The more you away from the droplet, and the more you are in the fringe. Exactly. Kind of. Basically, the whole world is structured like a ripple. A ripple that's constantly being made by the rain of the cycle. It's a rain world, not in the sense of it literally raining, but in the sense of the rain of qualia making ripples in the world as it goes into the world. Does it have to do with Spinning Top and what to do with understanding the ripples? Sort of. Yeah, Spinning Top is sort of just giving the ability that it tangentially has to the Watcher. Invis is a natural outcome of the fringe. It might not be, like... I think the Watcher got a convenient end of the deal. Invisibility is probably not as straightforward as it would have been if Spinning Top didn't do whatever they did to sort of configure the Watcher to be able to use the ripple space that way. You think that before we start Spinning Top met Watcher already? I don't think so. I would say the first echo flash at the beginning of the game is when Spinning Top pairs this little animal into its field of intangibility. And from that moment on, the world is wrong. But before that moment, the Watcher was any other regular animal. But now, the more it interacts with Spinning Top, the more it's consumed by the fringe and sent out of reality and all these other things. It makes sense why they would be at the start, since Watcher seems like the last Skug. What do you mean by that? Let's honestly open my mind. 10th edition channel. Well, I have these ideas, I may as well put them to use, because no one else is really talking about these things. That's true. I will... So is Watcher between reality and echo space? Depends on what you're saying you're in between in that sense. I would say... So when you meet an echo, like a normal echo in any other campaign, a few things are going on. When you are near the echo, you know, the color palette changes, it shifts into being slow and warbly and sort of like you're in water almost, but also all the other creatures fall asleep. And I think, as any other slugcat, when you're interacting with an echo, what's going on is you're more safely than how it happens with spinning top, dipping very slightly into the fringe, or at least, you know, non-coherent space that doesn't quite physically exist. And the echoes are able to...
kind of like ripple space.
The echoes are able to get around that and not send you to hell by convincing reality it never happened. When you talk to an echo normally, the cycle restarts. It's like it never happened. You never even walked over there. In water, however, the cycle doesn't restart. You're just like sent across the map. So I think spinning top, be it in being less knowledgeable or less careful, is just like tangentially dooming this creature to the fringe because they aren't talking to it correctly the way that other echoes do.
Simply because they're just a kid. They don't know any better.
But also, other creatures falling asleep when you're near an echo is like... Physically they're there. Physically you can interact with them. But mentally, you have left the strand. You're not in the same strand anymore when you're that close to an echo. And suddenly the creature's mind is somewhere else, in a different version of itself that hasn't fallen asleep. It's like reality is lagging. You're not where you were before. Whoops, I accidentally sent a skunk to hell. Now that it's interacted with more forces of the beyond, it's become some kind of dream demon that can astral project some quasi-physical form of itself to anywhere.
In a way, a form of comparison you can do to, spinning top comparing to other echoes is... Spinning top is kind of like a kid who's using, a magnifying glass to look at ants and accidentally burning them in the process.
Through them I have expanded my kingdom. I have tasted and I have become. It is my true purpose, I believe. Perhaps the only purpose. Thank you, the prince. Do you have anything on the relationship between karma flowers and the rot? I have made videos on this. The latest theory video talks about karma flowers. Actually, what's the comment above that comment? Let me check. Scavs are aggressive to you despite doing nothing to them. The dreams and also going somewhere, and later there's more evidence that shows they've been alone for ages. Alone for who's alone for ages?
I don't know if it's the Watcher that's been alone for ages.
I mean, the Watcher hasn't seen any other slugcats, that's for sure, but like, slugcats are rare creatures. Slugcats have always been rare creatures. So, I kind of doubt we would find them. The curse of forgetting and whatnot. I need to get out of here. Where actually do these portals go? I can't.
I think it needs to be in one of the rooms to see it. It's weird. It wasn't like this.
What the heck is wrong with this? Huh.
It's a weird bug.
I think the one you're at here.
I think that one in this room, I think it's the one that goes to, I think that's the one that goes to the surface?
I think the one I'm at goes to, Pump Land. That's not what it's called, but yeah, you get what I mean.
No, I think that was a bit too close to where you were.
Yeah. How organic the map of the throne looks. I mean, it's an organ. We're walking around in like a giant brain thing. Oh yeah. Speaking of, I was like sort of cut off a bit of like explaining why the rod is the way it is. It's like when you're in the fringe, the rot is there, but also other stuff is there. There's the rot and also brain trees. I mean, they're called brain trees in the files and in like the beta versions. Brain plants, things, these things. This thing right here, the sort of, you can see them more clearly in the portal. Long and thin with a bunch of finger-shaped things on the sides at the top of them. Okay, we're here. Yeah.
Verdant.
Those are... Yeah, they're called brain plants. Well, I don't know... they either were or are... They either are or were called brain plants, and they're related to the brain tree, which uses them in the files, etc., etc. What that means is... all of the stuff in the fringe is related to qualia. Memories and things. And so the rot, as well as being made of brain stuff, it's like brain sludge that's karmically animated, is also in the fringe, where lingering memories build up in a place where coherentness fails and doesn't happen.
It's where the lingering memories go to rot.
I'm missing my train of thought.
Talking about qualia and memories and the fringe and rot and brain.
Yeah, but yeah, so basically, think of like... so think of like a dreamland. A land where reality isn't there and you only have dreams. But then, on top of that, think of what dreams are made of. Dreams are made of thoughts and memories. And what are thoughts and memories housed in? Brains. So, in the waves and the ripples, we have many thoughts and ideas and disembodied qualia, but the fringe is sort of a version of reality where all of that is physically housed. And that's why it's overrun with rotten stuff and all the other things that aren't rot but are brain related, because it's like a naturally occurring server block for incessant memories that have nothing to do with each other. All these creatures, they don't have physical bodies to reincarnate into correctly. So instead they manifest into like a bunch of flesh on the ground that is thinking their memories. Not unlike, perhaps poetically, not unlike the memory crypt, which is that, but intentionally. Trying to describe 60 Space with... It really does verge on trying to, like, explain quantum mechanics, but also not quantum mechanics. It's like explaining something that we don't even have a reference point for, like a completely alien form of laws of physics. This region always seems to be in the middle of the war.
Yeah, there are more creatures here than normal. I noticed what looks like two full plants stacked on top of each other, so I think this might have been double spawned in the past.
Oh, that's not good.
Maybe it happened during the time you messed around with the anglers.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. We did that. Oh yeah, it would have, because we did that on this region.
Yes.
So yeah, we might have just inadvertently glitched this region into being a permanent war zone.
It's very silly.
Cellular? Hello, Cellular.
Hello. I
With
managed to
the-
kill them.
That's awesome. The victory.
That was their final cry. Hopefully, maybe.
Hopefully. We'll see. Where am I going?
Where do you want to go?
I have no idea. I'm sort of just like opening portals. I'm opening portals and looking for pearls, is what I'm doing.
I guess you could do. I guess you could work more on one of the endings.
I mean, yeah, that's what the opening pearls is for. Or the opening portals.
Portals. Look at that. River space.
Oh, come on.
Up. Just.
No!
Yeah, you're dead.
This is why you need bubbles to
Anglerfish, I mean, I was invisible, so they couldn't see me.
No, but you need
Yeah.
bubbles to breathe.
What? What are you
Bubble
talking about?
vents.
Oh, yeah.
Also, who is like Swedish or Norwegian? Like Fate. Who are you talking about?
Opening pearls like Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Gotta catch them all. Read them in the reading machine.
Video
That's what you do with
calls
Pokemon,
in
right?
Swedish or Norwegian.
All of
I
them?
think. I don't know. I'm trying to assemble this. Everyone is here now.
Man. Man. Going through the flesh once more. It's almost like we're in some kind of cycle.
Yeah. I can see why the ancients wanted to be free of this.
Okay, I will say that's an interesting little point to make. Would you want to be free of the cycle? It's a question, and it's not a pointless question, because like I think both answers are valid. There is one echo in Downpour that's like, this moment right here, living is good and we should be alive, and what gift from the void could usurp the gift of already being alive? And people did sort of I hear at least that some people sort of misinterpreted that as like, yeah, that's my living creature. All this stuff about wanting to not be alive is stupid. Let's stay alive. And like, yes, as a creature from our reality, that's easy for us to say. I do personally think that, so the ancients wanted to free from themselves from the cycle. They wanted this for a very, very long time. They had like cultures to abate the self and free themselves from suffering ever since they could first make masks, I think. But like, part of they wanted to escape the suffering.
Is this really the most optimal way to get the prince's ending?
What?
No. You could just go to rotted areas in real world and spread the rot by opening normal portals.
That's true. I do need to kind of get out of this region though, and I need to, access a portal that way to do that.
We're back in the building again.
But yeah, the ancients, they wanted to escape the suffering of the cycle, which, to be fair, there sure is a lot of suffering. Like, if we have the same kind of instinctual pains, imagine how painful it is to experience death multiple times. So many times, maybe even like, I mean, depends on how powerful the... I bet that an active reincarnation cycle would make the mortality rate of an ecosystem pretty high because creatures are trying less hard to stay alive. So they're experiencing death more. And think about it for a moment. None of us here have actually experienced the pains of death. Because that's a thing. In normal, real ecosystems, there is a concealed suffering that exists briefly in creatures that are, immediately dying, actually experiencing the searing pains that come with a body made completely not able to function anymore. But that's only momentarily experienced. There's a reason why traumas are able to incapacitate a mind from that point on, because those kinds of experiences are more than a creature's designed for, because under normal conditions they only happen once. But with that at play constantly in this world where creatures are knowingly able to reincarnate, sure, their traumas would be less because, yeah, it happens all the time, but also the pains are probably similar because evolution still doesn't want its creatures to die. So, with all the upsides and grand achievements of forging things of a life,
I wonder if living like this cycle is like Silksong, where you just kind of like wake up after dying, like, oh man, that's a bad dream.
I mean, that's kind of how it goes in game. So then again, Silksong isn't as literal about it. But anyway,
Silksong has the cycle. It's
no. But anyway,
that's why they all come back after you rest on a bench.
Oh my god. What was I saying? The cycle, the suffering, the pain and suffering. That's what they're trying to escape. That's what they've been trying to escape when they first have the idea of escaping the cycle. That's what they're trying to escape. But also in the later stages of reality, as a civilization, they mitigate suffering. They make it easier to, live. And all these things, all these grand technologies, and they want to be happy to each other. Good. Maybe they had wars. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they never had wars because they're all like, why would we do that? Why would we kill each other? What is that actually going to achieve?
Getting a KD of 0,000 because I kept dying in dream.
Yeah, it's like, and to be clear, the way the cycle works is you don't physically respawn or anything like that. Your mind just goes back. But that same thing would mean that everyone in the world is a time traveler. You can't do, like, surprise attacks. I mean, well, maybe you can, because everyone's in a different position every time. But, like, you can't orchestrate, like, a war plan, because that doesn't work on the scale.
Works,
the moment your war plan works, a lot of their kind dies, which means an alternate version of reality occurs where they win because they already know your war plan. So like, all in all, it just wastes everyone's time. But over time, they invented more great things and powerful things, and they got really good with their technologies, to the point where they believed, we've done everything. In fact, doing things is bad because in order to properly, fully escape the cycle, you kind of have to be effortless and distance yourself from your attachments to the world. And so we built this superstructure that does everything for us. Now we can live happily atop the world in peaceful cities above the clouds where nothing goes wrong ever. They thought they'd peaked. They thought they'd done everything. They thought they probably can simulate quite a lot of things. They probably can make a lot of things. But I think they sort of skipped out a bit. Like, there's probably scheduled moments, like, over centuries maybe, they began their grand ascension. Their ascension of their own peoples, because they never found a way out of the cycle, so they just sort of gave up, and everyone sort of started ascending themselves. This is not... It might have been somewhat of a scheduled thing, But I'm sure, like, they say, we're blessed with an ever-shrinking population, which means that this isn't something that they were able to, you know, do a complete within, like, a week or a year. Probably over centuries, again, as I said. It'd probably take...
Start dying of old age. You just keep reliving the same day over and over again.
I think that's the point where you start reincarnating into the future as opposed to resetting into the past. I think that's kind of how it works.
The future is when you're dead.
No.
Because you
Well,
died of
yeah,
old
but
age.
reincarnating as a new life form is what I mean.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But yeah. So they definitely didn't ascend all the same time, but nonetheless it got to the point where, like, what are you gonna do in a society with so little a population? I may as well ascend with them and see what it's like in the whatever beyond. And so they do. And so there's no instance of their reincarnation. The only reason they know that the void is a point of no return that actually ascends you is because they probably would have tried other things. It's like, hey, I heard that if you twirl 4 times and blow yourself up with a super explosion, that you'll actually escape the cycle. What do you mean? No, it doesn't. I did that like 4 years ago.
Blow yourself up.
You should blow yourself
Yeah.
up. No.
Playground rumor ascension.
Yo, go back to the lantern.
Oh. I'm sort of just like blindly wandering around. But yeah, so yeah. Then the void comes along and they're like, hey, have you ever heard from this guy? No, not after they died. Maybe they actually really did it. And then they tried it more. It's like, oh my god, this material might actually make it so you don't come back in any form at all. No reincarnations. Like, it might be a little goofy to us, like, however they determine it. Like,
Super infidel.
it's like they go and ask some guy who they go and ask some guy, maybe there's like an interview for it at some point for their lives, and like, hey, so who were you in the past? And they're like, oh, I was this guy, this important guy here. I was this guy that had lived a terrible life, and before that I was this guy that kind of just went sailing, and then before that I was some kind of creature, and then before that I think it was a grass or something. I'm not quite sure. And so yeah, that's probably.
I feel like the easiest way to determine that void fluid works is that a guy jumps into the void fluid and he's gone. That's it.
Yeah, they never reincarnate again after that.
Yeah, but so from my perspective, it's like creating a time paradox where everybody goes about their day perfectly because everybody knows how not to die. But this guy jumps into the void fluid and dies, and then just stays dead.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, that depends on how everyone perceives the cycle, which is hard to say because again, they're all experiencing the cycle from their own perspectives. So
it would be like the perfect cycle, I suppose, where
maybe
everybody is fine.
what if a modern society for them was like one of those gifs or clips or whatever, where it's like all the traffic is absolutely perfect and everyone's like missing each other by millimeters.
Thank you to whoever's sending the hearts.
Yeah, I wonder who it is.
You're so kind. Oh, I thought that I looked at the stream. I thought that snowflake, like perfectly round snowflake, was like a pearl moving across the screen.
It is spherical, but you are dying.
I'm red.
You should.
My skin is falling off.
You are dead of frostbite. Because you went past the end of the cycle.
Me when we're super cold.
Thought that when you die, you don't remember that you die. No, you remember that you die. The Rainworld's gameplay is fairly canon on how it works. Every cycle you go through is canon to your experience. Like, it probably wouldn't even be that muddy either. Like, maybe in some cases it could be like a little bit of a dream for the last cycle, but in some cases it would be pretty clear. You're not exactly, you know, it's translating you into a different version of your self. But, you know, it's always been you. I'm... Wait,
Yeah.
what do you think Ascension is? I've said that as well. Basically, my idea on what Ascension is, and again, we don't have much of an idea because, as Ascension goes, it's a point of no return, so literally no one actually talks about it. But from what we've seen in-game, the endings, the cutscenes, and all those things, let's look at Survivor. Survivor, when they go into the Void, experience their homeland. They experience the tree of their origin, populated by none other than themselves. 1,000 copies of themselves. It's all the same slugcat. When you're swimming in the void and you see a bunch of slugcats, it's all you. Say it's your strands, your alternate selves of you that are in other times and spaces, all coalescing together because apparently when you are in the void, all of you are in the void. It's absolute. And then when you get to past the threshold of the void's singularity, the singularity in the void, whatever it is, you are met with a new reality. A reality concocted out of your memories, where nothing exists but your memories. Maybe, I'm still not entirely sure if those who have ascended can communicate with others who have ascended, or if that's just like an assumption that Spinning Top makes, or even if echoes can communicate with each other. I don't know if we see that or not, any evidence of that, but there's got to be nearly infinite different strands. Probably. So yeah. Being ascended, at least what the void gives you, which, bear in mind, so what the ancients were looking for as ascension was not death. It was not true death. It was just like, we want a reality that we can control. Fundamentally, physically, not thrown around by laws of physics and suffering from other creatures. We've done so much to make our world into that, and yet it's still always so far, so don't we deserve such a thing? They might say. But the void, in tandem, I would say the void isn't true death. The void is also not true death. The ascension, rather, is not true death. But the ascension that the void has is also not necessarily the ascension that the ancients wanted. Because, you know, it's not like they invented it or anything. What the void's ascension is seems to be what you want. What the observer wants, personally. So yeah, when Survivor goes into the void, they see their homeland. They just want to go home. When Monk goes into the void, they see the Survivor. They just want to see the Survivor. Although it might.
What happens if you ascend something else in your cycle instead of yourself, like pouring void fluid on someone?
Saint.
Like pouring pouring void fluid on someone?
We see Saint do this.
See Saint do what? Saint's
ascending things.
Saint is yes, and as far as I can tell, all the creatures that are ascended go to the void like normal. So that's. I mean, it's sort of self-explanatory, but
into the void.
But anyway,
void is acidic in like the supernatural devour world's way.
Isn't void fluid acidic? So yeah, they say void fluid is acidic, but what that means isn't that it's an acid. An acid will disassemble you at the molecular level. An acid will deconstruct the bonds of the materials you're made of at the molecular level. The void, however, will be felt similarly, except maybe not as painfully. Maybe it's like numbing of your senses, but it disassembles your materials not by disassembling them at the molecular level, but by removing them from reality. The result is similar, but the mechanics of it are different. We're doing the bucket of void fluid challenge.
Today, guys, we are doing the bucket void fluid challenge, where you pour a bucket of void fluid over your head. Let's start. Ah!
The Saint is... You know what? What the heck? Oh. Oh, I have the power now. I have the power of Big Ripple.
Yes. You could use it to warp places.
So, they want to see the power of Big Ripple?
Sure.
Sailor? Yeah. Wrong button. No, wrong... What? Oh.
No.
There's already a warp here. Also,
Yeah.
remember that it is down and the hold. Up and hold is normal.
What? Wait, really?
Yeah, it's down and hold, but you're still not in the... You're still in the same room.
The curse.
So you have to go to a different room first.
Room, like stupid idiot cream lizard can't even.
So...
Okay, alright, so you're you're in a subpar
Down
position. Let's go! Press map button to view the regional map. Press pause button to cancel warp.
Let's go.
Okay,
To
cool,
fractured
that's
gateways.
Let's rock that place.
nice. Remember, you have to hold the special for warping.
How intelligent? I don't think the Void Sea has an intelligence. I think what the Void Sea has is more like a...
Void,
It's
like
a cosmic force that displays intelligence through the reflection of intelligent beings. So like, you who are intelligent will personify your instance of the Void into becoming a reality that is like
We are the
responding to you.
locusts.
The locusts. But the Void itself is not intelligent without the presence of an observer. Which arguably makes it not intelligent at all, but you get what I mean.
We've introduced a rot to this place. Okay, you're gonna have to get on out, get
I'm gonna have to get off out of here.
You could random more about. You
Why would I want to do that?
We
I
still
get-
wanna,
well,
we want this place to be
locusts.
confirmed to be rotted.
They will most likely kill you.
Wait, go out there. Go out there.
Okay.
I think you can make it. You see that little underhang right
What?
there? What in the world?
Whale!
Wait,
Hello, Skyway.
what? Wait,
Whale! You go!
wait, is it like stopping them? Oh my god, that's crazy.
It distracts them.
Go under there.
I guess they evolved to be here. There are other locations pretty high up. I wonder if there's an area where Spinning Top is from, like near where Ancient Urban is supposed to be, which is simultaneously where other places like these are from. Like, well, it could be multiple general grounds. Like, obviously, Aether Ridge is one continuous location between all of its counterparts, but this place might be near the floating land.
Locust can't see you in full space, but I don't think we have enough.
Like near
to do
spires.
that.
You know.
Speaking of,
Hey there.
there is actually something. Remember that ancient urban pearl? You don't have rebel space, but there is whale.
I'm trying to get
but
up there.
Also, that is yeah, be fast.
You're
They
gonna.
will
You're.
swarm you.
They're
They will
consuming
swarm
you. They eated you.
The curse.
Dang it.
Who would win? The
There
fraud.
is something.
The fraud prince? Who even calls it that?
I actually think the prince might be able to survive
Anyways,
that.
back it
given
out
the
of him.
internet, because mine is everywhere.
Next time you should shelter where you work.
I mean, I gotta do it. I gotta do
Or if
it.
it's a place where you... Or if
We're
it's a
back at the
place where
building
you
again.
can easily die, you should try and get out of there.
I think, so signal spires might have a pink side because it's sunset, but it might have a pink side because of other reasons too. Those are undisclosed. But the sunset does do a lot of that, so that does help. It does help, certainly.
But there is something that I would want to mention, but I don't know if you would be too interested in it. It's related to one of the pearls that you read.
What?
But it's just in the files, one of the things in one of the pearls.
Is related to one of the pearls we have gotten?
Yes.
Which one?
One of the ones with the images, like the one with the iterator being constructed. There's
Okay.
actually a neat little detail in the background.
What is it?
In the background most layer, the layer with the sky and everything, you can actually see both signal spire structures and like
Oh,
and an iterator structure.
right. That's pretty cool. I mean, I guess that's confirmation for those who believed that those things were separated by like a dimension or something.
Yeah.
Which I never believed that.
It's
So
confirmation that
they're
they
just
are in the same
both things that
world.
yeah.
It's not something I personally expected, but I'm cool with it. I thought they were different worlds, but no, they're just different places in the same world.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought they were places in the same world. Because again, there's nothing to change that. I mean, like, again, so these people are not homogenous. And again, can we really believe that the entire planet, with people able to build superstructures like this, are going to build only one kind of superstructure?
Yeah, so at least it's cool to know that they're both existing in the same world. And they're presumably doing the same thing. They're presumably both iterators. They're just different shapes.
What is... Desolate Tract is a watermelon farm. All of Rainworld is a water... That's crazy!
Silly.
Seems like a pretty lousy watermelon farm for there being watermelons
You
in
get
only
it.
some places. How could they have let this happen?
Also, Meow, if you look in the group chat, you can see that I've posted that image.
Okay.
Files. So maybe you could show it on stream. There goes the alarm!
Let's see. I may as well show it on stream. Just gotta set that up. Computer noise.
I've won yet again.
Awesome.
Victory eternal. What are you like putting it in OBS?
Yeah, just real quick. There we go. Here it is. Or wait, no,
neat, right?
hold on.
Wow.
That didn't actually work.
Oh,
There we go.
I didn't realize.
Wait. Whoops. Wait,
Image is not imaging, it seems.
Okay,
I see.
okay, wait. Okay. Here we go. Look.
Cool?
You can see both of them.
It's hard to know per se, but they seem to
I'm
be.
going to assume it worked, and wait for it to appear on stream.
Yes. But yeah, signal spire structures and cuboid iterator structures in the same area. Pretty neat, right?
What could this mean? I don't know, because I don't think. Therefore, I.
This is so sad. He didn't think.
New campaign, The Thinker.
Thinker. What is this image? Where is it in the game? It's supposedly it's in the background of one of the pearls that we've gotten. Which, if you didn't see that part of the stream, that's unfortunate. But we found a pearl reader. It's pretty cool. So I'm kind of looking for pearls, while also doing this. Yes.
You should shelter in the throne.
I have no food. This is part of why I haven't been sheltering. I need to get out of this place. Yeah, that's the thing. So, my theory for what the signal spires superstructures are, if they're even superstructures, they... Oh my god, yeah, that's 2 pole plants in one.
War? What is happening?
We're back in the pandemonium.
we Ultra Kill Pandemonium soundtrack plays. Get out of the way, please. There we go. What was I saying? Yes. My theory for the signal spires structures, which they might not be they might not be superstructures, because superstructure, the word, means specifically a structure that's on legs, which superstructures are, of course. But the signal spires might be floating.
They're megastructures.
If you look at how they are, they're not just pyramids. They're floating. That, or they have a single leg, but that's less likely, so they're probably floating.
There are even parts of them that you can see in the levels that appear to be floating.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's like an advancement, or it's definitely using gravity disruption technology.
God.
Yeah. But anyway, my theory for what they are is data centers and like internet connection type stuff. I mean, there's called the signal spires. They probably are full of outgoing and incoming signals. But the thing is, so they probably are a supercomputer, but they're not a persona. They're not an iterator. They're not designed to solve the laws of physics. They're just designed to hold and calculate lots of data. And they don't necessarily need a persona for that. So they're probably just your normal supercomputer that isn't, you know, self-aware and stuff like that.
Are you gonna make it, or?
I can't see myself.
I think you're partially in the pipe.
I think there's something in the way. There we go.
Yeah, that spider. Okay, you need to get to shelter. Quick.
That spider is dead.
Free the boys.
You're also probably pretty close to being dead too.
That spider probably got overdosed. This isn't even threat music anymore, it's just the music. Music with a fungus.
It's like the afterlife, but instead of you going there, every single fungus in the world does.
This is where the fungus goes when they die.
Okay, I have a plan. My plan is not actually going to work, never mind.
No.
No, you can starve, and then you can eat them. And
can you starve with no food, though?
Yeah.
don't think you
probably
can.
collect
If
all,
you can find a
as many eggs as
spear,
you
you
can.
can kill the egg bug.
Oh, bats.
Oh, bat flies. Or bat fly. Or bat.
I need more than this, though.
Well, you could start with 2 pips.
Yeah, well, yeah, but after that, I'll need to eat more than that.
What in the shadow?
The shadow.
But you dropped in 2
Oh.
eggs.
Oh my god.
Each
Oh my
egg gives
god.
all in all 4 food pips. You could
The
have starved
struggle,
and then eat
the cycle.
contents.
It can all fade, like a morning mist beneath the glory of the sun.
We're back in the building now.
We'd never actually found a way. Eternally
Okay, yeah.
stuck
You
in
see
there.
that rock corn? You see that rock corn plant right there?
Yes.
Go eat it. Okay, well, I wouldn't have done that, but you know, I guess that works.
We're fine.
Yum. I love rock corn. Rock corn is my favorite food. Yay! Rock corn!
Instant death.
This is we're gonna be here a while. The end is never the end is never the end. It's
The struggle,
end.
the cycle.
The Stanley Parable. They should have just called it the parable.
The Stanley cycle.
Stanley walked through the cycle door. Repeat.
Stanley walked into the wash cycle.
Awesome. Nothing but a grand washing machine. Actually, that reminds me, of the conversation I was supposed to be having before the other tangents. So I myself would say that it's a matter of opinion. It's not a bad option to ascend, it's not a bad option to stay alive. But, also in my opinion, the ancients really could have done more. Like, you could...
I don't know, harvesting stars is a pretty awesome way of going about things.
Well, no, I mean, well, firstly, they're not stars by our definition. So, like, what they ended up with was more than able to get through space if there was one that they could access. But I think they could go even further. I think they could have made a world where anything was possible. Like, come on, guys, are we really gonna stop here? Let's make buildings out of reality and make our frames exactly what we wish.
I feel like eventually you just run into a roadblock.
That's the story of Airframe Ultra.
Well, no. Like, what about the civilization where we can make intelligent life out of Swiss cheese and uplift every animal on the planet and I don't know what else. Make windows out of solid heaviest element there is on the periodic table, and also make it so that nothing is able to die to radiation poisoning, which I don't think they would have done. Well,
considering supposedly almost everything is radioactive, poisonous, or toxic, I'm sure a lot of things are radioactive resistance.
That's true. That's probably true. But like we could go so much further before they decided, oh, we're giving up. Let's pack it up and go. Actually, don't pack anything up because we're leaving it all behind. And
Let's
also,
go.
I mean, not to mention, they didn't really care about the consequences. They're just like there's a pearl somewhere that says,
unpack everything you've ever previously packed in the cycle.
There's a pearl somewhere that I thought they were talking about 5 pebbles when they say this. They say something like, we towards which we have obligations. the world unable to reach enlightenment by itself, as it's composed of rock, bugs, and dull-witted gas and microbes, or dull-witted bugs and microbes, rock, gas, dull-witted bugs and microbes, towards which they thus have obligations. So they kind of just thought of the world as like this thing that is there, and they didn't really care about it very much. No one really cares about preserving the ecosystem or not polluting anything or leaving behind this nightmarish world of industrial superstructures everywhere. Which, granted, there's a lot of powerful magical, and by magical I just mean grand, like powerful grand things that can happen in a world like this. But also, I'm sure it's less hospitable than whatever it was before you built all this stuff to the average random animal. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they wanted to ascend the entire world, but they never actually figured out how to do that. That was what the Iterators were for. And since it's like that, since that wasn't looking like it was ever going to happen, they were just like,
just give the animals a few hundred deaths and they'll adapt.
No lineage into an ancient themselves.
I mean, but a world where more is achieved would also lessen the suffering, and I would say that they were certainly able to do that. Like, again, what they were capable of at the height of their technology was astounding. And I'm sure it lessened their suffering overall. And again, never did they really say that they were seeking a true death, just that they wanted to escape the cycle. So, it's also finicky though, because like, even though everyone is unable to die, people are barely actually able to reap the benefits of that. I mean, they're able to reap a lot of benefits of that. Like, you'll have people that remember things that happened centuries ago, and people that die will tell people of what happened to them if they die for like an experiment or something. But like, those who die do not respawn in the cycle that they died in. So there'll be situations... What the heck was that? Okay. There'll be situations, thus, where someone dies, and thus they're just dead for you. And like, oh well, I guess who knows what that guy's doing now. And maybe your cycles will meet again in some reincarnated form, like years later. But for your end of the strands, that's just kind of how it is. You kind of just have to deal with it.
Me when I die and I get reincarnated as my crush's hamster.
Me when I live so long that my best friend evolves themselves back into existence.
It's so wonderful. I also kind of want to say, given the way that it works with the qualia and all that, I want to say there's mechanics to it. Wrong button. There's mechanics to it. I want to say you can't just I almost said recycle, which is not incorrect, but amusing. You can't just cycle back as anything, any creature. since it has so much to do with qualia, I would say that those who are full of qualia, like, high-brained things, are probably more likely to reincarnate as other high-brained things. Or, though, I also want to say, due to how the qualia seems to be passed around in ripple spawn and void spawn and those things, I also want to say that a single person's memory can in some cases be separable. Maybe depending on how they feel about things, maybe depending on the circumstances of their death. But it's possible that someone can reincarnate as an animal simpler than them, but that means that a different part of them will be elsewhere, I don't know. A lot of assumptions are being made there, of course, but that's the kind of thing you get when you delve into the concept of a separable scape of memories.
So basically, soul mitosis. It's possible.
Yes, that's basically what I'm thinking.
And it would work as a way for souls to still, have an influx, even when there are constantly, presumably, beings that end up going through ascension.
But also, there's also another aspect about it, where, like, I said this in the first theory video, that this world, as consequence of the whole thing of creatures are able to experiment without meeting true death, means that creatures are going to learn more, on average. Which means that there's this thing about how the ancients before the ancients, the ancient ancients, ascended or are otherwise no longer there. And so the easy thing to conclude, that even some echoes concluded, is that they ascended before we ascended. And presumably, there doesn't seem to be like a death of the world thing. So who are we to say that this hasn't been happening hundreds of times? That creatures are able to learn more because they live again, and thus there's this slow buildup of intelligence, which means that the buildup of something that would become a civilization creature isn't only in the hands of evolution, but the buildup of qualia, which means that it might have happened not that discommonly over eras and eras. Like, imagine the million years it took for humans to go from animal creature to a civilization. Now imagine in roughly every span of those similar millions of years that another civilization occurs. Where do they all go?
We got out!
Yeah. Where do they all go? Into the void. So say there's this buildup of intelligence that eventually will leave the world after it reaches a point where it's able to conceive of actually experiencing not the cycle, because, I mean, like, what do you do at that point? Yeah, so, like, I feel like the ancients had a good run. One thing I would want to happen, which is a little amusing thing to say in this situation, but one thing I would want to happen is for a civilization to last so long that the next civilization comes across within their lifetime. Or at least they uplift other creatures. Like, why? No one, clearly, that's something they could have done if they wanted to do. We can go farther. And I don't think anyone, any mortal in the realm is able to just rewrite the laws of physics, but you can totally go even more advanced than the great things that we have seen these civilizations make. In theory. Surely nothing's actually stopping you. There's probably multiple ways to advance. Multiple things to discover, as the advancement of a civilization tends to be. So I want to say both. I want to say it's both past cycles and past lives. There's like, a creature will live again and again, around and around it goes, within one version of what we consider a lifetime. But eventually, its physical form will cripple. Eventually, there's a point where its physical body will simply not be able to carry its repeatedly knowledgeable mind. So, eventually there's a point where it simply must leave. And when that happens, the shape of its mind is more mutable. The shape of its mind is more separable, more all those things. However it works exactly, ripple spawn or void spawn or forces beyond will carry it around, and it will become something new.
Hey, Meow, you can use your invisibility to hover up.
Oh yeah, that's... yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a crazy way to say that sentence, but it's not out of the question. Oh wait, I think I can just do it like this. I don't even need the spears.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing out.
This room has always been strange. There is also a giant one of those heads there as well.
Yes. I should have added the Lola thing. Then I could turn that, but no, I didn't.
Biggest man ever made.
I wonder if I can get up there. Why is the Ripple Spawn music still playing? What is going on?
I don't think there's anything up there.
I love the madness. I love being consumed.
No, I think creatures can die of old age, given that they... So, okay, see, here's the thing. There's... The only time anyone in Rainworld directly says that they reincarnate into future lives is in Downpour, which, yeah, this and that, all that, how that isn't the best source to have for this purpose, but that line of thinking isn't without a lot of reason. Firstly, Moon's line to Hunter, you'll wake right back up again, would be directly contradicted if Hunter's last cycle was not something like that. So, wake right up again as what? As who? Not the Hunter, because the Hunter is now defunct, non-functional. But again, another good reason is...
You can... Don't read it, don't!
Oh. Wait, why did I do... Oh my god, what am I doing? I want to look for pearls. I'll just go back. Where am I? I see.
Okay.
So, to continue, another reason to say that creatures reincarnate is that if this really was just a world where things die and die over and over again in a single lifetime, the world wouldn't move, so to speak. You'd have creatures that experience the world from a single time span. But if all the creatures are like that, then you may as well not say the thing if you can never escape the cycle exactly, because everyone living the cycle are experiencing it from a new angle that they didn't exist before, and not to mention that people wouldn't be able to... If everyone had only one lifetime, the world would be more static. It wouldn't be moving. You wouldn't have the chance for structures to be built so grandly under the same conditions.
Your best bet of figuring out ascension would be reincarnating as a small cave worm.
A blue lizard was just eaten.
The silence.
Yes.
The
I like
curse.
this music.
I'm sorry. I was muted this entire time.
Get real. Become real.
Don't worry. I can think now. Though there isn't much going on up here. I've only just noticed that you have like pupils, Min. But they're
Oh.
like occasionally not there.
Oh, that must be because of how close it is to black. Sorry.
Like the chroma keyed.
It's... The chroma key is not on black, it's on yellow.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening, but it's the best I can get it.
Your zipper is also chroma keyed out for some reason.
It's shiny. It's shiny,
it's
like
just
pupils and
gray.
metal should be.
Should they also reflect what's exactly behind them?
Yes. This is how it works, don't you know?
Ah, of course. Maybe I shouldn't think. Maybe I should.
This is just like the cloak ability from the Watcher.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way to fix it on your end? Like,
B.
make it so that that area isn't affected by the chroma key?
Bye bye, cool. Thank you for joining us.
I don't know.
It certainly isn't how it's meant to look.
It's not the most extreme thing.
Yeah,
Like-
but it's still silly. Weird.
What am I doing?
Like, I'm
What is this? Hello?
I have to ascend now.
You're walking horizontal because of the wind.
That's
It's
awesome.
being pushed
Slug.
down.
Cat.
This is how
But
you look.
yes, I unfortunately have to become a hamster now.
What? You have to what?
I have to ascend. I have to cycle.
Ah.
I gotta get out of here. Many thanks for allowing me to be here. I hope to see you all again soon. Though, if I swear to God, if you somehow do something,
Oh, you're actually leaving the
then
stream.
when I leave,
Okay,
yeah,
you know, actually, yeah, we should stop here anyway. I'm sorry this stream has been the eternal chamber of me in the building. That has to be at least half the stream, probably more of it.
But hey, at least we got some
Managed to get out.
talking. And silly moments, and you know.
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't need
I seem to
to
have
be here.
forced ended this stream. I apologize.
You what?
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 The end? Death? Well. What?
You're like-
Life? Death?
Oh,
Infinite?
I'm not. I'm
you
not
might
paying
still
attention.
be alive.
What is good? Are we
Oh.
going to go back through? Where am I?
You're underwater.
you're
I think
dead,
you just
dead.
drowned. Yeah. Oh.
I don't think I'm actually dead. Oh yeah.
No.
Wait, what?
But you certainly are now. You are definitely dead. It's just lizards.
Okay, whatever.
Oh,
There's
what?
possible.
We're ending here.
Yes.
Actually no, this is me when I'm looking directly at you to tell you that we're in here.
Eyes open.
Everyone say their goodbyes.
Bye bye. Thank you for joining us.
I'll see
Gidio
you
Bams.